All right. Okay, we are all set. Thank you to our IT team. Great support. Welcome to this evening's Board of Education meeting. Before we begin, I'd like to share with the audience that if you are in need of Spanish translation services, we have Lupita here to assist.
Good afternoon y buenas tardes. Si necesitan servicios de interpretación al español, háganos saber. Aquí estoy disponible para asistirles. Gracias.
Gracias, Lupita. On behalf of the board, we'd like to share a reminder regarding the process for public comments during regular board meetings. For each agendized action, discussion or information only item, the board will hear from staff, provide an opportunity for public comment, then hold a board discussion and a vote if necessary. Public comment on non-agendized items will be heard during item 6, and public comment on closed session items will be heard during item 9, before the board adjourns into closed session. Public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on items on the board's agenda or otherwise within the board's jurisdiction. To help us organize public comment using this system, if you wish to provide public comment, please complete a speaker card located at the entrance to the meeting room and provide it to the executive assistant to the superintendent, Michelle. Speaker cards for public comment will be accepted prior to the calling for public comment portion of an agenda item. First order of business, I call the meeting to order at 5:35 p.m. and would now like to establish a quorum by roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glazer.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
May I receive a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Board President Matt Glazer.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
Item C. I notify the audience that the open session will be audio taped, broadcast, and recorded for the district's YouTube channel. I choose Juliet to lead in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise.
Agenda item 2, reports, routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, and meetings attended, and recent developments from. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, and recent developments. I read the first thing. From our student board representative, our unions, ACT, and CSEA, and our superintendent. This evening, we will start with a special report from the Tularcito Student Council.
Good evening, members of the school board. Thank you for everything you do to our schools. We know you work hard to make sure our students are safe, fun, and a good place to learn. You make important decisions that help students, teachers, and families every day. Because of you, we have classrooms, books, activities, and opportunities that help us do our best. Even when we don't see all the work you do, we know it matters. On behalf of the students, thank you for listening to our voices and caring about the education. We appreciate you today and every day. Happy School Board Appreciation Month. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
And a little context, Coles is our president of our student council, and every February we do a board study. So we study school boards, nonprofit boards. It's just part of it, and part of our program has been to have our students come and kind of share what they learn and also their appreciation. So thank you.
Thank you, Cole. Thank you, Tularcito Student Council. Next, we'll have a report from our student representative, Juliette Norman.
Thank you. The school year seems to be flying by. The elementary schools are already planning activities to celebrate the 100th day of school next Wednesday. At Captain Cooper, students will wear 100 items to honor this milestone in the academic year. It will be fun to see their creativity in making that happen. Tularcitos held auditions for their talent show last night. The talent show is on Friday, February 6th at 6 o'clock in Bobcat Hall. Past shows have showcased a remarkable array of talents that are incredible to see in students this young. So don't miss the opportunity to see what they have in store this year. To see how this talent develops over the years, please come to the high school's Visual and Performing Arts Showcase, known as the VAPA Showcase, next Tuesday night in the Performing Arts Center starting at 7 o'clock. Tular also has its music concert for 3rd and 4th graders tomorrow night and for TK to 3rd next Thursday, and River will have its 3rd grade musical on February 11th. At the high school, we are in the middle of a very exciting and action-packed sports season. Boys soccer is currently first in the league and has won all but one of their matches. Soccer, basketball, and wrestling have been fun to watch, and the players really appreciate the community support of people coming out to cheer them on. We also have our winter formal coming up on the 31st. The venue is going to be beautiful. It's at Pasadena this year. And as usual, things are very busy at the middle school. In addition to their wiffle ball tournaments, they are also having their annual esports tournament, where this week contestants are moving into the final rounds to see who will be crowned the CMS Mario Kart champion. 8th graders have their science fair next Monday. And between the 6th grade girls basketball team, the 6th grade boys basketball team, the 7th and 8th grade girls basketball teams, and the 7th and 8th grade boys basketball teams, there is hardly a night of the week that you can't watch an exciting game of middle school basketball. Today, the middle school also held its class-level spelling bees, where 3 students from each grade qualified to move on to the school-level spelling bee next Wednesday, and the final winner will move on to the county bee. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliette. Next, ACT reports with President Bill Schreier.
Good evening. Bill Schreier, President of the Association of Carmel Teachers. Before I begin, I guess I want to see Ryan Peterson in the room. And I just want to say that Matt Glazer and I had a fantastic visit out to Tularcitos last week. I'm still talking to my students about what we saw, so thank you for the kind welcome, sir. Being an association president is not an easy job. And I have to say some things tonight which might be a little difficult to hear. First, I want to pass up a document I'm going to refer to, if I may, Mr. President.
Yes.
So, as I've said on a few occasions, I represent 207 certificated employees in the Carmel Unified School District, including the teachers at CCDC. And I will say that in my 8.5 years of being the association president, it's one of my proudest accomplishments. It is my proudest accomplishment, getting those teachers into our unit. And I know that tonight there's going to be a presentation on Carmelo. So I want to talk just a little bit about that from the association perspective. And I want to start first with an anecdote. I see Laura Dunn is in the room, and she might remember this. Many years ago, and Rita, maybe you were there, I don't know. There was a presentation to one of your longtime teachers, Erica Daniels. And the way it worked was that the administrator at a site would recognize an employee, and that night it was Erica Daniels. And Laura sang her praises and then asked another speaker to come up. It was a young mother. And she started to talk about just how wonderful it was to have her daughter in Erica's class. And then she stopped and she said, and you know, there's times, I don't know if you remember this, there's times when I don't know what to do with my child. And in those moments, I asked, what would Erica do? And then she broke down. And she said, because Erica's not just teaching my daughter, she's teaching me how to be a parent. So I don't know if that's going to make it into the presentation tonight, but I want you to consider that their parents down there are new parents, and the experts at Carmelo are teaching them how to parent. There just wasn't a dry eye in the house. And I thought to myself, what's that worth? This idea that there they are teaching the students and the parents. Well, take a look at that document that I just handed you, because that's the current salary schedule at Carmelo. And I ask you, as you look at those numbers, could you live on that wage? There are also some problems down there with infrastructure and some infestation. We've raised these issues on several occasions, either through the site representatives or myself, and they still are unaddressed. Now, some might ask, why is Bill raining on Carmelo's parade? It's because there has not been much communication between the board and the association since I resumed the presidency, and I don't know what's been the case before there the last 2 years, but it's certainly changed since the last time I was the president. And, you know, that puts me in a difficult situation, because I do have a perspective that I think is important that you all hear. I'm encouraged that the incoming president has already gone with me out to a site, and we have communications. I have had communications in the past with other members, but it's nowhere near the flow of information that it needs to be. And if you think this is just something that is unique to me, let me read you a quote from the President's Manual of the California Teachers Association. This is what local chapter presidents are directed to do. Meet one-on-one or in small groups with school board members. So this is not me making this up. There's a value in that. And I also would remind the board that all of you sought our endorsement. 4 of you earned it. And part of the conversation was that you would be interested in what the association had to say. So I do hope that this is going to change moving forward, but if I have to bring the perspective of the association in this setting, I will do that too. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no report from CSEA this evening. So next, the superintendent report with Superintendent Sharon Ofek.
Thank you. So good evening and Happy New Year to everyone. I'm going to keep my comments brief this evening. As we begin this new year, I just want to take a moment, like our Tularcitos student body president did earlier, to acknowledge that January is School Board Recognition Month. As you just heard from Cole, this is a time to honor the dedication and hard work of our Board of Education members. They play a vital role in shaping the future of our district, and we are grateful for their leadership, commitment, and tireless support of our students, our staff, and our community. The first few weeks of January have been very busy and productive with a range of activities focused on strengthening our school's commitment to excellence. These include professional development sessions, our first week back for our staff, negotiation sessions, as you heard, with our labor partners, and supporting our sites, and by having site visits. I've had some site visits with board members, and they've gone very well, and it's been really a wonderful opportunity to see kids and teachers in action and be able to observe and see all of the exciting opportunities that are provided for our kids in terms of their learning and hands-on learning and a diversity of ways of approaches to learning. In addition, we have one big change at our high school, which is the installation of what are called huddle cameras, which allow us to live stream online athletic competitions. These cameras are in the gym and on the stadium field. Those ones, I believe, are just coming online now. But I would really like to thank our IT team and our MOT team for their collaboration with the high school to make this long-held desire come to reality. So many thanks to those two teams who made it possible. And if you want to, you can go switch over on your camera and watch the basketball game between CHS and PG. They're playing right now, I think. Anyway, finally, along with our board members, I would like to thank our families for their continued partnership as we work together to make positive differences in the lives of our students. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Agenda item 3, the consent calendar. The board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together in one motion through the use of a consent calendar. Consent agenda items are routine items deemed to be non-controversial, for which board discussion is not anticipated, and for which the superintendent recommends approval. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the vote, unless any member of the board requests specific items to be removed for discussion. The board will now open up for public comment for item 3, consent. Okay, there were no speaker cards. Does anyone want to speak on consent? Hearing none. This is going to feel different for the board members, but I will entertain a motion. And then if there's any discussion, we would accept that after the motion. Then we would take a vote. So may I receive a motion to approve item 3, the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve item 3, the consent calendar.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Yes.
Yes, item D, notice of completion, CHS tennis parking expansion.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. Hearing none, we call for a vote.
Board President Matt Glazer,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
Thank you. So that, just to reaffirm, that affirmed the consent calendar without item D, which will now be taken up for discussion as action item 1. So item 4, moving to agenda. So item 4 will be the action items. And the first item, which will be listed as 4A, is the notice of completion, CHS tennis parking expansion.
Okay. So I believe all board members received some, community emails this weekend regarding the tennis courts. And I just went through all the emails today before the board meeting. And so trying to digest all the questions. I don't want to read all the questions that the community members sent to us, but I have just one simple question, and hopefully the district can just confirm or just say they don't have it. Does CUSD confirm for the record whether the project received DSA-approved fire and life safety review, including documented emergency access widths? So I just want to, I don't know if Sharon or Dan Paul could just confirm before we approve the completion.
The item before us is around the notice of completion, which is a
Yes.
pretty narrow document. And we're being asked to approve that the notice of
completed.
completion,
Yes.
is complete. So any question around the project, ancillary questions around safety would be out of order and not agendized at this time. If we're not discussing the project, we're discussing the notice itself, which is the single page attachment. So
Okay.
do you have a specific question about the notice of completion itself? There was a question submitted about the process, who it was being submitted to. That question would be in order at this time.
Who
So
does the notice of completion get recorded for?
Do we want to pull that up on the screen so everybody knows what we're talking about, the notice of completion? Thank you.
All right. The notice of, why don't you come up? I can certainly share this, but certainly we have more expertise in Dan Paul than me in terms of notice of completion, but go ahead.
Okay, the notice of completion does two things. It signifies that the contractor has completed the work that's on the plans. And then it also starts the timeline for subcontractors to submit a stop notice regarding payment. That's all it does. It has no other purpose, and it's recorded with the county recorder, and a copy is sent to the contractor and the subcontractors.
Thank you, Dan.
And in our certification, has all of the work been completed?
It has.
This type of notice would not be brought before the board if the work was not completed. Is that right?
Correct. There is a separate type of notice completion. You can do a notice of completion with exceptions, and then there would be a list attached of the work to be completed. But this is a complete project.
Okay, so, I mean, it's obvious that the work is completed, but I guess it's like the egg before the chicken, or whatever the phrase is. The fire and safety lane, I guess that's going through. I mean, before we got approval, or when we got approval, do we have plans, a map with approved, with the approval stamp stating what the width of that fire lane is, that road?
The only agendized item that's before us right now is this
Okay.
notice of completion. And we want to be really careful that we stay narrowly focused on that which is before us so that way we don't violate the Brown Act. I understand that you do have a set of questions, and I'm certain that we could find an avenue by which those questions can be asked and answered. But at this time, the only thing before the board on the agenda is this notice of completion. So our questions and comments should stay focused on that notice.
Okay. All right, I would hope that we bring this back as an agenda item to discuss, because this keeps coming up in the community, and I'd like to just provide the information and then move forward. So if, for a future agenda item.
Are there any other questions or comments related to the notice of completion as listed on the agenda?
No more questions.
Any other questions from the board?
No.
Okay, may I receive a motion to adopt item 4A, the notice of completion, CHS tennis parking expansion?
I'll make a motion. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, so moved.
Second.
Board President Matt Glazer,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
I'm going to abstain from this vote, with just a caveat that I feel like I don't have enough information to vote yes. Thank you.
Agenda item 4B, Carmel Child Development Center, CCDC programs update with Director of Child Development Programs, Laura Dunn. And Gina.
Hi. Good evening, President Glazer and members of the board and Superintendent Ofek and members of our school community. Don't know which way to look for that. Okay. I'm Laura Dunn, the Director of Child Development Programs, and this is Gina Walcott. She is an instructional coach for all of our child development programs. So when I refer to child development programs, that actually means not only just Carmelo, but Apple Pie, Kashawa Children's Center, Tularcitos After School Program, and River Rec After School Program. So tonight I'm going to primarily focus on the 3 preschools as far as our data that we're going to present and other curriculum that we're going to present. So thank you for the opportunity to share this update on the child development programs. We can go to the next slide.
You have a clicker.
Oh.
You have to turn it on.
Oh, I do know how this works. Okay. Am I pointing this way or that way? That way. Still not going. Oh. Up. Where? I'll do it. Okay, good. All right, are we just on slide number 2 now? Great, perfect. Okay. So this slide is just going to tell you, it's going to give you the beginning of our data, and I just want to explain where the data is coming from. So this California Department of Education and Support Division established the Desired Results System to improve quality in early care and education programs statewide and align the curriculum with the California Learning Foundations. So the Desired Results System include program standards as well as this assessment tool. And the data presented this evening is drawn directly from those assessment tools for 3 years, and from all 3 preschools, as well as 3-year-olds through kindergarten age, up to kindergarten age. can go to the next slide. I'm sorry, wait. This was, as you can see, this is for cognition and math, and there are many different areas of the DRDP, and the previous one was for literacy, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not looking at my slides at the same time, so I just wanted any questions about that later and what that looks like. So the bars, you can see it starts from the oldest to the most recent at the top. So you'll see the fall, and then the spring of is that same year. So you can see that the bar moves up, and the next year it's going to be fall and spring and fall and spring. So those are 3 different years that you're looking at. Okay, I'm going to have Gina talk about this one. Go ahead.
So this data is taken from the Desired Results Developmental Profile, our assessment tool, and Laura was explaining that that's a tool, you said all of the programs, and from 3 to 5. So those different colors represent children's emerging skills, building skills, to integrating. So the students are moving over from fall to spring consistently in literacy and math and all the different domains. We don't necessarily want them all at integrating because that's pre-kindergarten. So our oldest students are at the end, younger students are further over. Does that make sense? They're moving along. So I just wanted to touch on a little bit on the work we've done to ensure that our pre-K students that are in TK at the elementary sites and our pre-K students at Carmelo and Apple Pie are receiving equitable access, and it's been essential that they're receiving similar curriculum with the support of curriculum and instruction. We've collaborated to taken a look at our standards, our preschool and TK learning foundations. They've recently been updated to go till 5.5 years old with the addition of TK. So we've helped create report cards for TK and ensure that the curriculum is similar and everyone's receiving a similar opportunity and readiness for kindergarten. I think that's about it. Go ahead.
Preserving family choice.
Yes, and it is important that that work ensures consistent expectations and that we are preserving family choice. They are able to choose which pre-K program best meets the needs of each family, their own family.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay. So we want to have a consistent expectation no matter which program the parent chooses to put their child in, so they truly have that choice. And we at Carmel Unified have made sure of that, and I really appreciate that. I think it's what really is best for all of our families, so I just want to put that in there. Okay, next slide. I have presented in the past about Tools of the Mind. It's one of our curriculum that we use, and it is a curriculum that focuses on the development of self-regulation skills specifically for preschool age children. It integrates proactive and positive classroom management strategies with literacy development, mathematics, and science activities, and the development of mature make-believe play, which is really foundational for executive function development. Okay, next slide. So this is just to show you, that this is the data from the DRDP for approaches to learning and self-regulation, just to demonstrate how effective the Tools of the Mind curriculum has been for us over the years and why we truly believe it's working for us. And our TK teachers have also used it as well. So we have made sure that it's across the board. Okay, next slide. Okay, so strategic plan area 2 is our safety and wellness. And I think you guys have heard a little bit about the teaching pyramid in years past. I know some of you are new, but the teaching pyramid provides a systemic framework that promotes social and emotional development, supports appropriate behavior, prevents challenging behaviors, and addresses behavioral concerns when they do arise. It's through West Ed's teaching pyramid, and it's based on an evidence-based practice originally developed from a National Center for the Social and Emotional Foundations of Early Learning. And it is authorized by the California Department of Education for their social emotional development. And it is aligned with that DRDP social and emotional development graph that you're seeing there. Okay, next slide. This is just really showing you the 4 core social and emotional skills that we really proactively teach in all of our child development programs. One is the development of friendship skills, and this includes sharing, caring, and cooperating. And those are actually 3 different skills. Emotional literacy, managing strong emotions, as well as problem-solving skills. Next slide. So this is our family engagement. Our parent club is, along with what we officially call the cutest thing on earth, which is the Carmelo Trichathon, has supported our programs for over 30 years. So we have a great, strong community connection with them and our families. So that's strategic plan area number 3. And next slide. So these are our parent survey and continuous improvement. So we recently distributed our biennial parent survey, so updated results aren't ready yet for literally like last week. So this data is shown here from 2024. But as you can see, 100% of our families reported being satisfied or very satisfied with the program. So that's 76 being very satisfied and 0 being not satisfied at all. There's just nothing there. So in response, in one area that was for growth, as you can see, 100% felt that their children were safe and felt that their children were happy in our program. So you can't get better than 100%. The one area for growth was related to families' awareness of community resources and services. So about half of the respondents kind of indicated that they had not received information about accessing additional services. So in response, we implemented several program adjustments. We added a brief survey at the beginning of the school year to identify families interested in referrals and resources. We intentionally included this question in our parent-teacher conferences so that in an intimate setting, the parent and the teacher could really have that conversation if the parent is seeking other resources. And so that really increased. We also increased our use of this SST, which is the Student Success Team, and it resulted in additional special education referrals as well as referrals to our mental health clinician. So it did have some positive outcomes from that. Next slide. Okay, so these are our community partners, and I'll speak just quickly on these. The Monterey County Child Care Planning Council supports a comprehensive child care delivery system for Monterey County families, and I am the chairperson of that council and have been for many years, which I enjoy very much, being connected to that into the community and our county. So as the chairperson, I also serve on the Monterey County Children's Council. And the Children's Council is run through the county superintendent's office through MCOE, and they have policy direction and support coordinated services for children 0 all the way up to 21. So I represent the youngest ones in that children's council, but it's again a really nice connection from Carmel Unified to our community partners. Quality Matters is a statewide initiative that defines and measures quality at a state level, and it offers incentives, and it also provides professional development opportunities for educators. Carmelo is a partner site and regional leader for the teaching pyramid model. We participate in state level activities, webinars, symposia, and support other sites in our county to implement these efforts. So being a partner site really gives us many benefits, as well as they come in. Well, I'll talk about that on another slide, sorry. I say it again later. Okay, so the UPK is our last one. Of course, that means universal pre-kindergarten. And what most people don't understand is universal pre-kindergarten includes TK, preschool, family childcare, Head Start, and private preschool options. Those are all labeled as UPK, okay? So TK is just one of those options, and so is preschool is one of those options. So the universal pre-kindergarten refers to all children who turn 4 prior to September 1st. So you'll often hear us interchange that UPK TK thing, and that's what it really refers to. Okay, next slide. So strategic plan 4 is optimizing resources, and we have several different grants and programs that help us. So I'll try to be brief on these. The EETD grant is specifically set up to support preschool teachers to continue their education and feed into the TK system so that we can have a blending of people who already taught preschool who can also go up that ladder. So that's what that grant is specifically for. It pays for a lot of our teachers to go to conferences or take classes and other things that they're interested in to continue their education. The UPK Mixed Delivery Grant, and that is really specifically aligns to our priority of making it parent choice. That's what the UPK Mixed Delivery Grant is all about. So making sure that we reach out to families and let them know that they have a choice, which is so unique to Carmel Unified, that I'm so proud of it every time I go to those council meetings, that we offer a true parent choice in that matter. So that's what this UPK Mixed Delivery Grant is about. The Quality Matters, like I said earlier, they give us incentives for being high quality, and they also give us professional development opportunities. California State Preschool Program, and you've heard me refer to that many times. It's what pays tuition for low-income families to come to preschool, and it also can pay for them to go to the after-school programs at Carmelo if they're in TK, UPK, and they want extended hours. So the CSPP program also can pay for that for families who qualify. They can also qualify by being homeless, foster, all of those things. And so actually, to a limited amount, children who have special needs. So the state is really trying to encourage more children with special needs to attend preschool. So they have extended it to them as well. Okay. Okay, so in closing, I want to say we are so grateful for our close partnership with the CUSD Special Education Program. Their whole department this year, we've dedicated a classroom. Several of you have come to the school and seen it. A very special sensory room where specialists, it's dedicated to specialists, can support the unique needs of our young learners, no matter what they are. And it's also allowed us to optimize resources by serving more students with diverse needs within our own community and providing early intervention when it really matters the most. So that's been wonderful. And as our instructional coach, Gina works really closely with those specialists to understand each child's need for support, and then partners with the teachers and the paraprofessionals to implement appropriate supports and accommodations in the classroom. So there's this great partnership between the whole thing. So, and then I, of course, collaborate with both the specialist and Gina to ensure that this work is well coordinated and responsive to those student needs. Okay, so in closing, we want to thank the board and the district leadership and for your continued support of the child development programs. Your investment truly allows us to provide high-quality early learning experience that support the academic, social, and emotional development of our youngest learners, while also really strengthening our partnership with the families in our community and really serving their needs. So thank you very much. Thank you again. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you.
I just want to share that we have one more slide, Glows and Grows.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. If you want to comment on
Thank
it, you're
you.
welcome to. And if you don't, that's okay too.
I totally forgot about that last. Am I still on?
No. You have to turn it on.
Okay, sorry about that. Yes, okay, so our glows was, I referred to earlier, the Teaching Pyramid Partner Site, because as part of a partner site, they come in and bring in outside observers and they rate us on how we are implementing the teaching pyramid. And Carmelo has earned 100% fidelity with this program, which is huge. And you know, behind the scenes, they've told us they've never seen another site do this in our state. So we are super proud of that. And Gina's a big part of that too, because she's our teaching pyramid coach. I am a teaching pyramid trainer as well, but it's a big package. And we currently have had other teachers be trained as coaches, and I have another one of my teachers signed up to become another teaching pyramid trainer, so that we can continue this within our own program. So super proud of that. And then connected to that, because of all those grants, the majority of our teachers get to choose where they want to go for their professional development. And sometimes it's PITC, which is the infant and toddler training. Sometimes it is the Teaching Pyramid Symposium. Sometimes it's the National Association for the Education of Young Children. They get to really decide where they need to grow, and we support that through all these grants. So it's really fantastic. We're super proud of that too. And we are going to be working with our IT and Michelle and to put our registration for the after-school programs into K-12. And that's going to be big for us, because you have to re-register every year if you want before and after school care. And it literally fills up in like 3 days. So all these working parents have to rush to our office, and we have this plethora of people in our office trying to fill out these forms. So this way they'll actually be able to just do it online, and it'll just be instantaneous. And we will be able to monitor how many, and then, okay, we're done. Now you get to register on a wait list. So I think that's gonna really help the parents, and I think it's gonna help our office a lot too. So super happy to work on that. Thank you for telling me about that other slide.
Thank you so much. There were no requests for public comments, confirming there's no public comment. CCTC, open it up for board discussion, starting with Rita. Any questions or comments?
Sure. Thank you for the presentation. I had one child who went to Carmelo out of 4, and it was a really great experience. And so I have fond memories of the triathlon and all the different activities that went on there. Just a couple questions that came up during your presentation. You spoke a little bit about family choice.
Mm-hmm.
Could you explain what that is? What choices do they have, and how do they find out about their choice?
Yeah, so California has this mixed delivery is what they want to call it. So TK is free to families.
Mm-hmm.
If you qualify for CSPP, meaning you're low income or any of those other things, you can have free preschool as your choice for TK, right? Because it's one of those UPK choices. Well, in Carmel Unified, we made a decision that if you are TK age, you do not have to pay for that half day of preschool in same hours as you would at TK at the school sites. So regardless of your choice, which location you're choosing to put your TK age child in, the cost of it is not a barrier.
Can I piggyback off of that?
Mm-hmm.
So I had the great joy and pleasure of working with Laura through the implementation of TK being gradually added into our school systems as an additional grade level over the last 4 years. And we were problem solving because we wanted families in our community make a choice that was best for their children and not necessarily dependent on their wallet. And sometimes staying at CCDC and being in PK is more appropriate for a child, and other times they're ready to go to that elementary school and be on that campus. And we didn't want anything other than the development of a child to be taken into consideration. So that is what she's talking about in terms of a decision here in Carmel Unified that we made in order to do what we thought was best in the best interest of children.
Okay. Thank you. The other item was, I guess it was a question about other resources that parents were looking for.
Mhm.
I guess what type of resources are they looking for? How are they provided with those resources? Is it just to parents who ask for it, or do all the parents receive information on
Yeah.
other resources?
So at the beginning of this year, that was one of the things we did different, is we sent out a survey of it, and I talked about it at back to school night and told them, you're going to be receiving this survey. It's not so for us to be nosy.
Yeah.
It really is an opportunity for you to know what kind of services we can connect you with, as well as just to know, make sure you know what there is out there, as well as an anonymous way, private way for you to ask for this information. And it could be anywhere from, I want to know more about how a 3-year-old develops, to, I'm struggling paying my,
Okay. Yeah.
mortgage or my rent, and I need housing assistance.
Okay.
And I would then connect them with that.
And then my last question is, heard a little bit about the grants that you apply for. At CUSD, is this, I guess, a standardized process, or does each site, do you have like a grant writer at your site, or like what's the process of grant writing, I guess?
I know they call
It's a
them
big-
grants, but it's me. That's my job. And they're ongoing. Most of the time they are year after year after year. So it's not a matter
So
of.
it's reapplying every year?
Yes, like you guys always sign off on my application for continued funding.
Yes.
And that's what those are.
Got it.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I was going to use that as an example. You'll see it, it's coming soon, the CSPP continuation of funding, which is the monies the state gives us to provide preschool for low income and other student populations for free. It's called a grant, but you fill out the paperwork and they give it to you. As
Okay.
long as you continue to adhere to the rules, they continue to
Approve
give
it.
it to you.
Okay.
So it's a
Okay.
mix. It's not like a grant where a
There could be
philanthropic
long, tedious
organization
processes.
has
Grant writing is a whole
Right, but
separate
that's a
animal. I'm
different-
like, oh, you guys
that's
are
a
tied
different
down to
part,
that.
right?
Okay.
Like that's a philanthropic
Yeah.
organization or a
Mhm.
nonprofit that's funding
Yeah.
something. This is the CDE, the California Department of Education.
Got it. Okay.
And it's different from our other schools because it's early childhood education, which is it's different people and different organizations,
Okay,
different arm of the CDE.
got it. Okay. My main concern around that is I just know how tedious and long that process can be. And so I was just considering staffing and man hours that it takes to do that. But thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciate it.
Go down the table. I'd actually go to Juliet next.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it's great to hear about the equal opportunities across the different programs and allowing more family choice. And also, I always hear about the Trichothon and everything about that. So it's always, I know, definitely a highlight of the year. I was just wondering, for the testing progress, it was great to see the progress along with that. Not necessarily for reading and math, but how do you test like their emotional development and things like that? What factors go into that?
You want to talk about that?
Great question. Our assessment, our assessment process is really not based on testing. Throughout the year, all of the teachers are collecting evidence, taking photos, writing anecdotal notes about how every student is doing, how they're interacting, problem solving, and they're taking all of that evidence and then rating how they're doing. So it's not necessarily sitting down and testing, but assessing how they're handling situations, if they're using language to work out problems, if they're not yet, if they're using their hands or getting a teacher, all different levels of problem solving and managing their own emotions. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Jason?
Thank you for putting together that presentation and taking time out of your night to come and present to us. I have no further questions.
Jake?
The only thing I wanted to touch on is you brought up the resources for our parents and students at Carmelo, and I too want to just emphasize that, you know, as board members, we are all in different realms, right? And I think one of the best things we can do and one of the ways we can be most effective is drawing that connection, right? Between something we learn about, whether maybe there's resources over on the other side of the lettuce curtain, and we can bring those things here because there are resources in this county that we can do. So I would encourage that, and I know I've talked to the superintendent about this as well, I would encourage that, you know, if there are something that is needed, if there's resources needed, if there's assistance, whether it be rental assistance or doctor visits or whatever in that assistance, I think we reach out and we try to mend those connections between all of our different involvement that we have. So that's the only thing I have to say. But thank you for the presentation. It's great.
Sarah?
I don't have any questions. Just want to thank you both for a really thorough presentation, and thank you for everything that you and all of your staff do out at Carmelo. Thank you.
I just want to highlight, you noted that you are the chair, a longtime chair of a county-wide committee, and then that ties you into participation in another county-wide thing. I don't gloss over that when you get out and you do the community outreach, how that benefits the greater community, and it also returns the benefit here. So congratulations. Thank you for participating outside of your already very busy day job to participate in the greater community benefit. So that's a big deal to me. Thank you. Thanks for your report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Agenda item 4C, A to G requirements and updates with Director of
So good afternoon, board members, cabinet, and community at large. It is with great pleasure to be here with you to present an update on the College and Career Readiness Indicator. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we're going to start with what is the College and Career Indicator. So the College Career Indicator is one of several state indicators that the California Department of Education reports to the California dashboard. It represents the percent of high school graduates that local education agencies like Carmel Unified prepare for college or career. So this indicator was designated to encourage high schools to provide all students with a rigorous, broad course of study that prepares them for post-secondary success. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I'm going to address how do we calculate the CCI indicator. So this calculator uses a 5x5 color-coded grid to determine a school or district's performance level, ranging from blue, which is the highest, to red, which is the lowest. So the colors are assigned based on a combination of two factors. The current year status is the percent of students prepared, and then the change, which is the improvement or decline from the prior year. So for this particular indicator, current year status calculation is obtained by the number of students who graduated prepared divided by the total number of students in the 4th and 5th year cohort. So we are speaking about only the class of, so just our 12th grade students. The change calculation is determined by comparing the current year status minus the last year status. So based on these results, Carmel Unified receives a color every year. So this year we received a blue color with 79% of our students being prepared and with an increase of 10.4 from the previous year, as you can see on the right-hand side of your slide. So it is important to mention that only students who receive a regular high school diploma are counted as graduates. So students who earn a special education certificate of completion, a California high school equivalency certificate, an adult school education diploma, or pass the California proficiency exam are not included as graduates in this indicator. Next slide, please. So the following measures have been approved by the State of Board of Education for inclusion into the indicator in the college category. And just bear with me, this is a little technical, but I just would like you to know the breadth of the indicator. So we have 6 measures of college readiness for the prepared category. The first one is a SMART balanced summative assessment. So if a graduate A graduate should receive a score of level 3, which means a standard met or higher on both exams on ELA and math. So for advanced placement, which is AP, there are 3 ways to be prepared in this category. So a graduate should complete 2 AP courses with a grade of C minus or better. A graduate could be in this category if he completes an AP course with a C minus or better and receive a score of 3 or higher on an AP exam, or the student completes 2 AP courses with a C, or the student passes 2 AP exams with a 3 or better. So 3 ways to do this. So the qualifying AP course and the qualifying AP exam cannot match. So they have to be in different categories. Okay. So for international baccalaureate, so a graduate should receive a score of 4 or higher in 2 IB exams. And for college credit courses, which is dual enrollment, a graduate should complete 2 semesters, 3 quarters, or 3 trimesters of college coursework within high school with a grade C minus or better in academic or CTE subjects where college credits are awarded. And then the last one is the State Seal of Biliteracy. So a graduate should receive the State Seal of Biliteracy and also a score of level 3 or higher in ELA on the Smarter Balance Assessment. I know it was a little technical, sorry. So the last one is MET, UC, and CSU requirements. So the graduate should meet all the requirements for admission to a UC or CSU and also meet an additional criteria. Some of the criteria are the Smarter Balance Summative Assessment, receive a score of level 3 or higher in ELA or math and a score of level 2 in the other area, or complete 1 semester, 3 quarters, or 3 trimesters of college coursework within a high school with a grade C minus or better in academic or CTE subjects, complete 1 AP course with a grade C or better, or receive a score of 3 or higher in an AP exam, or receive a score 4 or higher on an IB exam, or complete a CTE pathway. So it's a little bit complex when we start looking and digging deeper into what it takes a student to be college prepared in our indicator. So Carmel Unified offers 5 out of the 6 options for college readiness. Next slide, please. So for measures of career readiness, the following measures have been approved by the State Board of Education for inclusion into the indicator in the career category. First of all is the leadership and military science. So a graduate should complete 2 years of leadership and military science, such as a Junior Reserve Officers Training Corps program, and receive a score of level 3 or higher in either ELA or math and a score of level 2 in the other assessment. So for CTE pathways, the graduate should complete a CTE pathway with a grade C minus or better in the capstone course and also meet one of the criteria below, either a Smarter Balance Summative Assessment with a score of 3 or higher in ELA or math and a score 2 or higher in the other, or complete 1 semester, 2 quarters, or 2 trimesters of dual enrollment courses, either in CTE or another academic subject. So for registered pre-apprenticeships, a graduate should complete a registered pre-apprenticeship. And for state and federal job programs, this option is only available to dashboard alternative schools, and a graduate should meet one of the following criteria. First, complete 1 semester, 2 quarters, or 2 trimesters of a CTE course with a C minus or better, and also complete one of the following programs: Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, Job Corps, Youth Build, or California Conservation Corps. All of these are federal programs that are very heavy on the hands-on instruction for students. They do have a lot of hours where students practice a particular trade. So for transition and work-based learning, which is our last option, this option is available only to students who earn an alternative pathway diploma, and a graduate should meet one of the following criteria. So you should complete at least 100 hours of work experience and the equivalent of 4 semester courses of college and career preparation designed to prepare a student with an individualized education plan for employment and independent living. So Carmel Unified School District offers 1 out of the 5 options for career readiness. Next slide, please. So while this presentation focused on the prepared category, it is important to note that the indicator also includes approaching prepared and not prepared. You will see how these groups compare in this slide. So this slide is a comparison over the years on how Carmel Unified has met the indicator. There are 3 key contexts that I would like to point out for interpreting this data today. So first, there is a gap between 2019 and 2023. So during the year 2020, 2021, and 2022, the indicator was suspended during COVID-19 pandemic when students didn't participate in the Smarter Balance assessments. And you heard how the Smarter Balance assessments are embedded in most of the indicators. So as a result, data from these years exists, but it's not comparable because we only have participation rates. So they have been eliminated for this presentation. So second, performance above pre-pandemic levels. So when we compare current status to the most recent pre-pandemic year, which is 2019, we see that our performance is now higher than it was before COVID, indicating progress and recovery despite significant disruptions that happen. So we see an increase of 7.1 in the prepared category, decrease of 8.3 in the approaching prepared category, and 5.5 decrease in the not prepared category. Overall, there is a point of celebration to see that we are moving forward in the positive direction, with more students being prepared and a decrease in approaching prepared and not prepared category. So third, there has been an evolution of state measures over the years. So the State Board of Education has refined the college and career indicator over time, and these adjustments were intentionally and designed to better reflect diverse student needs, interests, pathways, and post-secondary goal, making this measure more inclusive and responsive to student needs. So given these changes, the most responsible way to view this data is really to focus on the overall direction, broader categories and patterns, such as recovery or growth and equity, rather than just precise year-to-year comparisons. So while the indicator has evolved, the trend still provides valuable insight into how well our system is supporting students across a broader and more inclusive definition of success. Okay, next slide, please. So this is about our students with disabilities and Carmel Unified School District. The next 2 slides are about 2 of our subgroups. So far, the overall district data can feel like an iceberg. What we see at the surface looks positive, and we celebrate it. Yay, it's all positive. However, when we dive deeper and disaggregate the data, especially for students with disabilities, we uncover a more complex picture that is not immediately visible. So the slide shows something that can look contradictory at first glance. The number of students who are prepared has increased, right? And at the same time, the number of students who are not prepared has also increased. So what these tell us is not that our programs are ineffective, but what access to those programs is uneven. So with the current system design and supports available, students who are being advised into pathway opportunities and are taking advantage of the support available are successful meeting college and career readiness benchmarks. That is why we see growth in the prepared category. However, at the same time, this presents an opportunity for us to more intentionally engage and design systems of support for some students that bring diverse and unique circumstances to the school. This is not a student deficit, it is a system design opportunity for us. The data is telling us that when we intentionally guide students with disabilities and we intentionally provide systems of support to overcome their barriers, they succeed. Next slide, please. So this slide encompasses, the story about our socioeconomic disadvantaged students. So we see also an increase in the number of students who are prepared, which confirms that when students are supported and given access to meaningful pathways, they're successful. At the same time, we also see an increase in the students in the not prepared category. Once again, this does not reflect a lack of ability or effort. It reflects the diverse and unique circumstances our students bring with them. They come with different educational experiences, they come with language development needs, transitions that require time, guidance, and care. So what they data remind us is that our students are capable, and their readiness grows when our systems recognize their individual strengths and intentionally guide them into supportive and engaging opportunities. So pathways are often where students discover confidence, purpose, and success. And really our responsibility is to meet our students where they are, honor who they are, and ensure that the advising and support systems are accessible and meaningful to them. So it's important to note that our students with disabilities, which was the prior slide, and this slide with our socioeconomically disadvantaged subgroups, are not mutually inclusive. Here at Carmel Unified, some students belong to both, and we see a high number of students that are duplicated in both graphs. So this overlapping student group is a top priority for us, and we plan to pilot systems changes that provide targeted support to meet their unique needs and help ensure their success in the future. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide shows how we compare with other districts. So while we currently rank third, it is important to recognize that each district operates within their own unique context and serving different student populations, community needs, and program structures. So comparisons and collaborations are valuable, and we learn a great deal from one another, but at the same time, the most meaningful and sustainable improvements come from deeply understanding our own students, their needs, strengths, and aspirations, and using that insight to drive systems change that are right for our community. I just want to point that out. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is one slide of two, and the slide shows how students have met the prepared indicator over time. So it is important to note that this is a duplicated count of students. So that means that if Yvonne is a student and I'm prepared in completing AP coursework and dual enrollment, and I also obtained the seal of biliteracy, I'm gonna count 3 times in this indicator, right? So that's why our numbers, if you add them up, are higher than 100%. So what we see in the graph is both, again, progress and opportunities for growth. So comparing pre-pandemic performance and this past year overall, there has been a slight decrease in CTE pathway completion and smarter balanced performance, alongside an increase in dual enrollment participation. So you can also notice a 2-year gap in reported dual enrollment credits due to challenges with our data reporting systems. So these trends underscore important opportunities to strengthen our systems by improving data quality to reflect what our educational programs is offering to students. Next slide, please. So this is the second slide, and we see several encouraging trends. So our AP outcomes are higher than they were prior to the pandemic, reflecting renewed academic momentum on that area. We also see within 2 percentage points of reaching our pre-pandemic A through G completion rate, demonstrating steady progress towards recovery, which is positive. And additionally, we have increased the number of students earning the seal of biliteracy. And we did that by recognizing that our students come to us with languages that we don't offer. So we are expanded testing options in non-traditional languages and intentionally recognizing the multilingual assets that students bring with them already to our school district. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. So this is the slide focuses on students that are in the approaching prepared category, just for you to have a sense of who the students are. So comparing 2019 with this year, we see a significant increase in CTE pathway completion, a smarter balanced performance, and college credit earned for the first time. This is encouraging. Our students are getting there and are accessing these opportunities. So also note there is a notable decrease in students meeting UC and CSU requirements. So overall, these trends suggest that students in this category are increasingly engaging with pathway completion and college credit courses, highlighting a shift towards practical post-secondary aligned experiences, which is pretty interesting. So this presents, again, an opportunity to strengthen supports so that more of these students can also meet UC and CSU benchmarks and fully realize their college and career readiness goals. Next slide, please. Okay, so this final slide. So Grows and Glows provides a snapshot of both our accomplishments and opportunities ahead. So it highlights areas where our students and district systems are thriving, as well as key growth areas where we can continue to expand opportunities, strengthen supports, and ensure every student is set up for success. So on the glows, we show a positive trend in the number of students reaching the prepared category, showing overall growth and recovery. We have diversified student options through new CTE pathways, increasing dual enrollment pathways, and multilingual opportunities, giving students multiple ways to demonstrate success. We show positive trends for students with disabilities and socioeconomically disadvantaged students, showing overall growth and progress in the number of students who are reaching prepared. And the last one is that we have strengthened data district systems to accurately report pathway completion and college credit tracking to ensure clean data that reflect the great work that our teachers and students are doing. Now, looking ahead, there are several areas that we see opportunities for growth for the next years to come. So in the past 2 years, we had expanded dual enrollment opportunities at Carmel Valley High School as well. So this coming year, we are expanding city opportunities with the creation of a horticulture pathway on that site. So in collaboration with the special education department, we are implementing the alternative pathways to the graduation option. That will be our second option in the career category, increasing opportunities for students with disabilities who will qualify for this option. So we look forward to work on that, continue working on that. So we are exploring registered pre-apprenticeships to provide students with more career-connected options, and we're just in the exploration stage. And then we will continue making data-informed decisions to meet the needs of our students with disabilities and students that are socioeconomically disadvantaged, in identifying entry points in the system to implement systems of support and additional guidance so more students can move into the prepared category. In other districts and in these districts, that's what we call equity work, right? So we are ready to initiate the equity work at Carmel Unified. So as we conclude, I would like to reaffirm our commitment to serve every single student in our district. We are fortunate to have exceptional individuals, expertise, and resources necessary to continue to improve our systems and provide meaningful opportunities for all. So our students are bold and brilliant and full of potential, and it is both our moral and professional responsibility to ensure they thrive. So finally, I would like to sincerely thank all of you, teachers, counselors, and district departments, Board of Education, who have contributed their time, expertise, and dedication to this work. And together we will preserve and build upon the excellence of our school district, and our future is bright. So next slide, please. And with that, at this time, I welcome any questions that you may have for me.
We did not receive any requests for public comment. Okay, hearing none. Juliet, do you have any questions or comments?
I just have comments. I know as someone who's gone through high school and now a senior, I think it's great to just highlight how amazing it is that our district is in the blue, and how the 10% increase from the previous year to last year was really an amazing thing to see. And I know that the high school and our district gives students a lot of opportunities, especially for the college route, to do so many different things to be ready for the next level of education. And it's also great to hear in your grows that you're working on more career readiness options for students and allowing them to have more options other than going on to college. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Jason?
Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to clarify that Carmel Valley High diploma is a high school diploma?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. I wasn't sure if that counted as adult school or not, so that helps with that. And then back on slides 6 and 7, it seemed, I think it was the 2023 was the outlier where we dipped down significantly. Is there any reason for that? Because our average was pretty flatlined without that outlier, and it was consistent with our mainstream students and our special ed. Are there any reasons for that?
Yeah, so the outlier was in the data reporting. So that coincides also with one of the dual enrollment college credits that is 0 in another slide. So we had some issues with our internal system, and the dual enrollment credits were not reported that year.
Okay,
so that might be
one of their
contributed to
options was that's one of their qualifiers was just not able to be used to be reported. So that's why we have that very odd outlier number.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That helps a lot. No more questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Jake?
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Glenn. This is a really good presentation, and I really enjoy these presentations. I think these are important conversations to have, and we're doing a lot of good work. I think I first want to recognize the work that this district does, the work that you do, Dr. Glenn, in terms of growing this area and ensuring that we are getting good information and we are continuing to trend in a positive direction. And I think we've seen a lot of that in this presentation, and that makes me super, super proud, and I hope that makes everybody in our district really proud. And so I agree with the comments from Juliet that you know, it's really exciting to see some of the growth and expansion here. So one of the things I wanted to ask is that the career technical education pathway is one of the measures that we use to measure career readiness, but that is the one measure that's available at Carmel Unified School District. However, can you speak to a little bit, Dr. Glenn, about how that pathway, the career technical educational pathway, is growing here at Carmel Unified School District?
Yes, of course. So during the past 3 years, you know, we had been working on expanding our career technical education options. And one of the reasons to do that is because, you know, we are in an era that technology is changing rapidly, and our students are requesting elective pathways that are more aligned with areas that would like to pursue in the future. So we have done some surveys, student surveys, that will help us guide which pathways will be more attractive at Carmel High. And that's how we have been able to open biotechnology at the high school, which is part of the health and medical technology sector. That's the #1 sector across the state and across the U.S. in career opportunities and high salary wages in all areas of the medical field. And then the second pathway that we were able to get off the ground was business, and that is a fully dual enrollment pathway with Monterey Peninsula College. So our students gravitate to business frequently, and that is one of the other sectors that they had requested to have more opportunities during their high school career to learn, you know, how business work, and also we had a great interest on expanding that pathway to show more of the entrepreneurial side of things. So those are the two pathways that we have been able to get new pathways off the ground, but nevertheless we have done extensive work on bringing dual enrollment into the pathways to increase the rigor and relevance of our courses. So we had worked with the graphic design pathway, and now the capstone course offers 2 sequential dual enrollment courses for our students to leave with 6 college credits at the end of that pathway. We had worked with we're currently working with another teacher that he's interested on that, but that had created, you know, an interesting blend of both a career and a college prepared category together, where the students can see the best of both worlds, right? So they're learning a technical skills, they're learning a CT pathway, but at the same time, they are also obtaining college credits. So that has been very well received. And we had worked on really infusing many resources in technology and innovation in the auto program and in the video production program with brand new equipment. And we also have done some work with our middle school this year in order for them to also have more tools to expand their technological awareness and skills and prepare our students in middle school. We just, completed another set of laptops for our industrial arts at the middle school. And we also supported exploratory video production this year. So we're doing work in all the areas in order for us to have robust pathways and start the exploration side of things at an earlier age at our middle school. So that's in a nutshell the work
Can you
that we have
I'm
done.
just going to jump in here
Yeah.
and ask you to speak a little bit in the context of providing a pathway at Carmel Valley High School that you've been working on with the team over there that's close.
Yes, thank you. So at Carmel Valley High School, we had worked with, the principal very close. And we also, survey the students. The students, they're bright and they really want, their high school diploma to pursue other fields. So one of the most attractive programs that we were able to put off the ground was dual enrollment. So dual enrollment has been very well received at Carmel Valley High School. We started with one class just to try it and see how it went, and it went really well. So we started with a second class, and that is going fantastic. So the conversation is, what else can we offer that students will be hands-on, and that the pathway will provide also opportunities for them to pursue a career in the field here in the area. Most of them stay in the area, and that is high-waged, and that is attractive for students. So this will be the first agricultural and natural resources pathway. And, you see the environment, it is just a no-brainer. It's all beautiful and green. So I am sure that the plant science pathway that we are very close to implement will be a success. So we're looking forward to see how the students really enhance their skills on learning about plants.
Very nice. And Superintendent Ofek is reading my mind because she knows the questions I'm going to ask. But so thank you. I like that. I just think, and I want to highlight that all of that work that you're doing, the expansion and the growth, right? I would think that if we continue to look at these career readiness measures, we continue to expand the career technical education pathway to different things, that increases the access, the relevance, and the engagement for a broader range of learners. And I think that's really important, what the district is doing and what you're doing. My other question is on the some of the data that we had in terms of students with disabilities and socioeconomically disadvantaged students as well, which I think are two really important groups for this area. And I'm glad that you brought up socioeconomically disadvantaged students, because I think unfortunately it's a growing segment within our community here, and it is and that growing demographic, I think, is really important and something we have to create awareness about. But I want you to touch on again, because I think it's important that even though some of these numbers in here, especially in the 2025 year, right, there was some increase in not prepared. However, that's not necessarily a student deficit per se, but an opportunity for more guiding and structured guiding and advising. And so I just want to make sure that I have that clear, that this is really an opportunity for us to grow here in terms of the structured advising.
Yes, and that is, and not only includes the advising component of it, but it is really meeting the needs of the students regardless of what the barriers are for their learning, right? So this particular group of students, they come to our school district with very unique needs. And this is, this is very typical when we start working with a design system that is based on data-driven decisions, right? So what you see as a trend is pretty normal. And the normalcy comes where you start working with a population, the general population, and you see growth with the systems that you currently have. And then you start disaggregating and you see really the populations that are they need more, right? They need something different, right? So they need a different flavor of the same thing that we're doing. That could be advising, it could be mentoring, it could be a class, it could be whatever it is that they support. And that's the work that we're gonna do in the future, right? So it's really an opportunity to continue redesigning our system to meet the needs of every student. So I'm actually thankful that this is coming to light, because when you see it, it really we look great, right? But it's not great for all students, and this is the message, right? So it is an opportunity for us to grow really in the areas that we might need to grow, and it's driven by student needs. So we have done an analysis, a transcript analysis for all those students that are in the not prepared category, and we really had mapped out, what happened in their high school career, right? In order for us to identify what are the entry points and what things we adults need to do different to address the needs of the students. So that is our responsibility in the process of designing this model.
Yeah, and I just thought of something else as you were speaking too. When we talk about the data-driven decisions and we talk about meeting students where they are, and we're doing that, I mean, that all is very in alignment with the CUSD strategic plan. More a comment, I guess, for Superintendent Ofek. But I think that is really important too, how all of this work really aligns with the strategic plan that we did and what we outlined in the strategic plan as some of the important movements forward. I think this all really ties into that really well. Am I correct in saying that? Mm-hmm. Okay, great, good. My last question, I promise is my last one, is I just wanted to also discuss the slide that has our comparable districts. Mm-hmm. And I think we have, I like, a lot of these, like you said, a lot of these districts, they operate in the setting that they're in, right? And they may have maybe more access to certain industries or whatnot. So, and I'm proud that Carmel Unified is among this really good group of districts. But is there any opportunity, or is the district open to opportunities to potentially working together with these other districts to share and to learn how they manage and how they do their programs, how they track and trend and whatnot? Is there any opportunity for partnership there?
Yes, there is. So we had sometimes, contacted some of the districts for some comparison as to how are you doing this, how do you go about that, in order for us to have a sense also what is happening in the field. Not only with these districts that we use for comparison here, but with districts across the Bay Area. With my role as a part of the Bay Area Community College Consortium member, so, Carmel Unified has access to districts in the Bay Area where we can reach out and learn from one another. So one of the districts that had been very instrumental to just collaborate. They came and visited us as well is Mountain View, Los Altos. It's in the Bay Area, and they have also some similarities and some differences. So it's always interesting to learn and from other individuals that are doing the same work, how are they approaching the problem, right? If you call it a problem, we call it problem of practice. It's really, getting to navigate your systems and find out what is the best approach to really redesign what do you feel that is an educational system that works for all students. So it's all equity work, as I said before.
Well, thank you very much, and that's all the questions I have. It was my turn, right? Oh, I just started talking.
Thank you, Jake.
Okay.
Sarah.
Dr. Glenn, thank you for a very thorough presentation. I think we should all be so proud of the work that you're doing in all of these areas, whether it's the CTE pathways or the dual enrollments. I think we've made so much progress over the last few years. And like you said, there's still opportunities for success and growth and more momentum. So I appreciate your description of, you know, where we need some room for improvement and how you're going to be approaching that. So I appreciate your train of thought on that with you and your team. I just had 2 quick questions. On slide 1, I don't know if I'm just reading it wrong, but it mentions that the calculation is based on a 4 and or a 5-year graduation rate. Can you just explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. So what it means is that our students may graduate in 4 years or in 5 years. So our students with disabilities have the right to remain another year to complete their high school coursework. And if they do within that time frame, they count as preparing the indicator. So they have an extra year.
Okay.
And that's what it means. It means that they are able to also complete high school in 5 years and be part of the indicator.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. I really appreciate that. And then on slide 10, where we had 20 years 23 and 25 sandwiched with the zeros. Can you explain a little bit about how we were able to collect, for example, data in 23 and then didn't have any data in 24, and why that is, or what discrepancy there is around that? Just to clarify why that chart looks like it does.
Yeah. So I just would like to say that there have been times where district staff had different protocols on how to work with data. And then there was a lot of change and turnover in our school district, as we all know. And there were many hands in the data, all of them with good intentions, trying to help, right? So within that interesting protocols of data, you know, some of these things had happened.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So I think that with all of us in the room, as you know, Dr. Perry also presented in the board presentation in December. So we have been able to collaborate and develop those processes and protocols and really understand, you know, who is responsible for what is the time frame, what does that look like, right? And make sure that our data really reflects the great work that our students and our teachers are doing in the classroom. So this is a reflection of the interesting times that Carmel lived in the past. I am positive that we're moving in the right directions. So protocols and processes have been established for data.
That's great.
Yeah.
And I think that says a lot about the consistency and stability that we're seeing in the district office with all the staff and collecting this data and really making data-driven decisions. And presentations like this are incredibly helpful. And I appreciate the time that you took to present to us tonight. Thank you.
Of course, my pleasure.
Thank you for identifying the top focus as being the socioeconomic and students with disability student groups. I think that's incredibly important for us to understand, and you really said it, and I just wanted to highlight it, that everybody has the opportunity, and sometimes it needs to be presented in different ways. I think it's really important to see that that is both a focus and a success factor. So thank you for highlighting that. All of my other questions were answered by my previous colleagues. And then back to Rita.
Yes, thank you for a thorough presentation, and the slides were excellent as well. So going back to slide 5, so it's apparent that in slide 4, the college readiness, we've pretty much got that area covered. But with the career readiness, we have the career technical education pathways, and then I see that you're going to be working on expanding areas for our schools and options. Are we looking at the apprenticeship programs at Carmel Valley High School? Or what other, I guess, kind of programs are we looking at to expand that sector?
Yeah. So once again, I just would like to point out that this is not a deficit. This is just an opportunity for us to find out if any of these programs will meet our unique student needs, right? There is no need for us to have all these options
Yeah.
and really diversify so much that we lose track of who are we trying to serve. I just want to point that out. So some of the work that we've been doing in collaboration with the Department of Special Ed is the transition and work-based learning. So the last category.
Okay.
So this is an option for students that will be receiving an alternative diploma for graduation. That means it's considered a high school diploma for students with disabilities. But as I stated before, they have a work-based learning component. So that work-based learning component is really ensuring that our students with disabilities have an opportunity to be lifelong learners and they be job ready with, I do believe it's 100 hours of work experience and also career readiness courses embedded within the context of their high school career. So we're working on that. You know, we are very close to come in and present that under the direction of our superintendent, but we've been working on that. The other area that we are exploring is the registered pre-apprenticeships.
Okay.
So there has been a really big push from the governor with his new CTE master plan and also the federal government to infuse a tremendous amount of resources to create new apprenticeships in California and in the US. So it is coming our way with an exploration of how can we, if we have students that are interested on an apprentice trade or an apprentice program, how can we prepare them in high school to be successful in that? So part of the interesting things that are happening with apprenticeships across the state, and I don't know if you want to learn all this, but I want to share anyways. So is that in the past, we had only very traditional apprenticeship programs for our trades, the construction trade, the plumbing, the electricians. And now this new wave of apprenticeships encompasses other areas that now are registered apprenticeships within the Department of Labor, such as child education programs, so teacher preparation programs. We have never seen before as apprenticeships. But as long as you have an employer that is willing to do two things, number one, accept and welcome your students with a big smile, and number two, pay them to be there for a tremendous number of hours, you most likely may have an opportunity for an apprenticeship. So our role is to really find out if there's a need at Carmel Unified for a group of students who will benefit for a apprenticeship program here. So that's what we are exploring currently. So those are two areas that we're working on.
And then how would you determine need, or how is that, I guess, feedback from students? How do you find out what the need is or where the interest is?
Yeah, so we have done several surveys to students. So we have qualitative and quantitative surveys that we do once a year. We do have several career inventories now in CCGI that provide data for all the students, which has finished, well, we started implementation in 8th grade this year. They just finished their first career assessment in 8th grade using CCGI, which is exciting, in order for us to have an understanding of, where our students are going. Okay. So in that surveys, some of the options are, what other areas are you interested that are unique, right? This is an area that is brand new, and some students may not know that there are apprenticeships available to them. So we are also thinking on creating a web page dedicated also to only apprenticeships in order for our students to gain more understanding of what it is and if there's an area that they would like to pursue.
And I will add to it, the comment you made earlier about the data analysis, looking at it from the student-by-student approach, looking at the students who, we're fortunate, we have roughly 200 kids in a graduating class, so it's doable. It's not like some high schools that have 1,000 seniors. We can go student by student and see a review of their transcript and see if we see any patterns or trends. That also adds to that determination of need. and it gives those folks insight into what might be required or necessary along the ways in which you can be prepared or not prepared, and how we can potentially address some of the systems in place to improve them. So,
And so-
that joins into,
Yeah.
speaking with students about what they're curious and interested about, but also what does the data tell us about where we are or are not meeting the prepared status.
And then is it the counselors that are reviewing the data? Or,
The career inventory data. So it's a
or
group
is
of us.
trying to see the pattern that,
I think she's
superintendent-
referring to the CCI data overall, which
Yeah.
is, I'll let you respond because I think you're leading the charge on that.
So it is available to all the administrators that have an account in CCGI, so that encompasses principals, assistant principals, counselors, and our department, right? And what we have done is we had meetings with the high school team, and we looked at data trends together.
Okay.
So there are several reports that, they are beautifully generated for us that can give us direction on where to go. But that is only quantitative data. We are interested in hearing really testimonials of students and where they are and what are their needs and aspirations, and just finding your career and finding your goal is such a big decision in your life, right? That it does also, what lifestyle would you like to have and how are you gonna get there? So we're also collecting some testimonials of students, and that's where we're finding out about the entrepreneurial side of things, right? There are some students who really would like to have their own business and start that work. So with pre-apprenticeships, it's the same. The student should have a really big commitment to go to a particular field for a tremendous number of hours during their high school and then after high school to commit to a pre-apprenticeship program.
Yeah. Okay.
Any further questions?
No question, but I did read, I think something came across my,
Okay. Oh, just sticking to the
Yeah,
agenda.
just-
Okay, great.
yeah.
Thank you.
I did read, more community colleges, I guess, are offering 4-year degrees along with their AAs. So that was encouraging to hear as well. So I just wanted to share that. I thought I read that somewhere in one of our many emails that we get from CSBA and school board magazines and things like that.
Yes, so that is also an interesting phenomena that is happening. So community colleges are starting to offer some bachelor's degree. As you may imagine, there is a little bit of tension between some of the CSUs. So they have developed a process where, the community colleges, once they have a proposal of a bachelor's program for their community, they meet with the CSU members in order for them to find out if there's any competition or not. And if there are similar programs, they work that out.
Yeah.
So, but they're starting to
Expand a little.
expand
Yeah.
a little bit, which is great.
Yeah, because they're more local for our students, and also the cost
Absolutely.
is a lot better. So, well, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, Dr. Glenn. This was an information-only item, so no action needs to be taken.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be leading this work. And thank you to all that had contributed to it.
Thank you. Agenda item 4D, presentation of the audited financial statements for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025 with Chief Business Official Yvonne Perez.
Yes, thank you. I am pleased to introduce Kyle Montgomery, who is a certified public accountant and partner with Christie White Incorporated that we engaged with for our audit for 23-24, 24-25, and we also engaged them for 25-26. Mr. Montgomery has been with the firm for over 14 years, and he has specialized in K-12 audits, school district audits, for all of his time with Christie White. So he served as the principal lead for our audit last year, and he served as the principal lead for our audit this year as well for the year ending 24-25. And he led the team that was assigned to our audit. The district's annual audit is presented to the board each January with limited exceptions, following completion of year-end close and required audit review timelines. The audit report has also been electronically submitted to the state's audit clearinghouse and filed with the appropriate regulatory agencies as required. So tonight, Mr. Montgomery will walk the board through the audit report and highlight some key results and answer any questions from the board. So I will turn it over to Mr. Montgomery. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening to the board. Happy to be with you guys tonight. Traveled all the way up from San Diego today. Glad I was able to get here on time, and we're dialed in, all ready to go. Before I get started, I just want to make sure everyone has a copy of the report in front of them. Hopefully you've had a chance to flip through it. If not, I totally understand. It can be a bit daunting. As you flip open to the table of contents, you will see that this year's report comes in at just about 86 pages. So, you know, it is a comprehensive audit report that contains 3 separate audit opinions. The first being on the financial statements, and as you'll see, that first section of the table of contents focuses on the finances themselves, leading us off with the report on the audit of the financial statements. That's where you'll see sort of the letter regarding the outcome of the audit of the financial statements in long form. It does include things like management's responsibility, auditor's responsibility, a detailed audit opinion, and then kind of some other information in there. But then after that is kind of where the audit report dives itself into the financial statements themselves, beginning with management's discussion and analysis. That section runs from pages 4 to 12 and kind of gives management a chance to provide some highlights on financial activities of the year, kind of put some things into context, provide some analysis before diving into the basic set of financial statements. Now, the basic set of financial statements includes the government-wide statements, which are a set of full accrual statements that pull together all of the district-wide financial activities for the year. So all funds, all revenues, expenses, assets, liabilities, things like that, rolls them into one consolidated set of the government-wide financial statements, followed by the fund financial statements. Those are going to be kind of each one of the separate governmental funds that the district maintains, right? So general fund, cafeteria fund, things like that. You'll see that beginning on page 15, running through page 19. And then we have the proprietary funds financial statements for the internal service fund, as that one is kind of a separately reported fund there on pages 21 through 23. Following that, and sort of the final portion of the financial section is going to be the notes to the financials. The notes to the financial statements provide more detailed contextual information behind each of the balances that you'll see in the financial statements. So if you wanted to find out more information on the district's cash balances, you know, like how is this broken down, where are all these balances held, you would go to note 2, and you'd be able to obtain a lot more detailed information on that cash balance and that amount that you see on the face of the financial statements. So those notes to the financial statements are pretty detailed. Again, they provide a lot of detail behind the financial statements themselves. And they run from page 24 all the way to page 55, I believe. And then after that, we have a couple different supplementary information sections. The first one is the required supplementary information section. That contains schedules that are required under GASB, right? So it includes schedules that provide additional sort of supplementary information on amounts and balances that are included in the financial statements. So additional information on things like budgetary comparison, the net pension liabilities, net OPEB liabilities, things like that. And with those pension and liability schedule, there's 10 years of information displayed, so you can kind of look at trends regarding pension liabilities and OPEB liabilities, things like that. The supplementary information contains several schedules that are required by certain state and federal agencies. So the state wants us to include, you know, a schedule of ADA or schedule of instructional time, the general fund trend schedule, things like that are going to be included in that section. Flipping the page to the second page there of the table of contents, that's where you'll see our other independent auditors reports listed there. So as I previously mentioned, there are 3 audit opinions provided in this report. The first is on the financial statements, and then in the other independent auditors reports section, that's where you'll see our reports on compliance included. The first being the report on compliance for major federal programs. So that'll be our federal compliance report, or single audit report as I refer to. The second compliance opinion there on page 78 is the report on state compliance. So the state, CDE, State Controller's Office, the Education Audit Appeals Panel, they put together a K-12 audit guide each year of certain areas that they find directed material that they want us to go through and audit for essentially all K-12 LEAs out there. The final section is the schedule of findings and question costs. That's where we'll really kind of zoom in and take a look at the results of this year's audit and go over each of the opinions and sort of overall outcome of the audit. So if we want to flip there to page 82, you'll see that that page is titled the Summary of Auditors Results. Audit report, page 82, I'm sorry. So if we go down. Keep going. Keep going. Sounds like it's 91 in the PDF. Sorry about that. All right, so this page is the Summary of Auditors Results. It's kind of a good one-page snapshot view of sort of the outcome of this year's audit for the year ended June 30th, 2025. So you'll see that first section is titled the Financial Statements section, where we go into the type of auditor's report issued on the financial statements, which is unmodified. Unmodified audit opinion is the best opinion that can be provided as the outcome of an audit. With respect to the financial statements, what that means is that we, based on the audit procedures we performed throughout the year, we were able to determine that the district's financial statements were fairly presented in all material respects, and we didn't find any glaring issues in the district's financial statements for the year ended June 30th, 2025. Moving on to the federal awards section. That same page, it's just the second section there. That is an unmodified opinion as well. And the objective of the federal compliance piece of the audit is to determine whether the district was in compliance with all direct and material compliance requirements as outlined by the federal programs compliance supplement that's issued by the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB. So for this year, the major program that we took a look at was the special education cluster, as that is, I think off the top of my head, by far the largest federal program that the district receives funding for. And again, that audit report was unmodified. Auditors refer to that as a clean audit opinion, so no findings or question costs there with respect to federal programs. And the last opinion there is on state awards. That's unmodified as well, so a clean audit opinion there. And as I previously mentioned, the state comes out with their K-12 audit guide each year, which highlights various sections of programs they want us to take a look at. And give me just a moment here. If you flip back to page number 79 in the audit report, that would be just maybe 4 pages up or so in the PDF, so maybe try 87. Yep, right there. All right, so this page right here lists out all the different programs that the state includes in their K-12 state audit guide, but not all of those are directed material to each district, but just to give you an indication, any program there where you see yes indicated, that means that this program was directed material to Carmel Unified School District, and we did perform audit procedures in that area. You'll see some where it's indicated as not applicable. That would be, for instance, because the district doesn't operate any juvenile court schools, right? There's 2 programs where it is indicated as no for independent study and continuation education. What that means is that the district does operate these programs, but the ADA generated by those programs did not exceed the states determine materiality thresholds that would require us to perform testing there. All right, so flipping back to that summary of auditors results page on page 82. Again, that opinion on state awards is unmodified, so clean audit opinion there. And no findings to report in this area either, so no findings or question costs related to state awards. So kind of good news there, passed with flying colors with respect to each of these three audit opinions. That kind of takes us to the end of the report. The final page is where we would follow up on the status of any prior year audit findings, so maybe any findings that were issued last year. But the good news is there was no findings reported last year, so nothing to kind of go back and revisit. What we would do there, if there was, is we would revisit and determine whether or not the corrective actions outlined with respect to those findings was successfully implemented in the current year. So that, takes us to the end of the report. Just kind of wrapping up. District, always does a great job getting us everything we need. Yvonne and her team in the business office are always a pleasure to work with. We start this process, I think, in March, typically starting with site testing and some of the interim work that we do. And it feels like it, ultimately turns into kind of a year-round process. And, I feel like we're constantly inundating her team with requests throughout the year. But, they do a great job and ultimately get us everything we need within the deadlines that we're looking for. So greatly appreciated. And now I'll just go ahead and open it up to any questions.
Thank you very much. There's no request for public comment. Looking to the public, hearing none. We'll start with board discussion, starting with Jason.
Thank you for the presentation, and congratulations, Yvonne, and your team for another clean audit. And I have no further questions.
How many school districts do you audit?
Personally, or the firm as a whole?
How about both?
Personally, I think I have 40 clients, school district clients this year that I am the lead partner on. And the firm as a whole, I know that in terms of volume of districts and charter schools and county offices served, I believe we're the largest in the state now, if not number 2. And that number is somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 to 350. But again, that does encompass school districts, charter schools, county offices of education.
That's a lot.
It is.
And you said, what was the highest rating we could get?
So sort of the highest and best audit opinion that can be provided as the outcome of an audit is unmodified. So essentially that would mean that the opinion statement in the standard auditor opinion letters would be left as is in the template language, and that we don't have to add any qualifiers in there, right, to say that the financial statements are presented cleanly except for. That would be an example of a qualified opinion. Where you would say that, everything looked good except for capital assets balances or something like that.
Awesome. So we achieved that.
Yes, unmodified. Yep. Which is
Perfect.
that highest, best opinion.
Thank you very much, and thank you for traveling here today.
Yeah, no problem. Always enjoy coming up here.
Thank you for the summary of the audit. We appreciate it. Thank you, Yvonne, for all the hard work that you and your team do. As this gentleman said, year-round, basically, because this does sound like a year-round process, especially if you're starting in March. I feel like that's right around the corner.
Right.
So you have a little room to breathe before this starts all over again. But job well done by all. Thank you.
I second that. Congratulations, Yvonne. Thank you for the report. Rita?
Yes, I'm happy to hear that district staff was available and produced all the documents that you needed. Thank you very much to the district and all your support in the audit. And just a quick question I have is, I know organizations switch, I don't know, every 5 years, 7 years with different companies. Could you speak to that, just so there's like fresh eyes on the financials for organizations?
Yeah, so under professional standards, we would be required to rotate the audit partner after 6 years of the same partner on the engagement. Fiscal year 24-25 was my second year in a row. So if we were to, end up renewing the contract beyond fiscal year 25-26, and I was to serve, 4 more years as lead engagement partner, we would need to rotate within our firm if the district, continued with Christy White at that time. And we do have, I believe, a total of 4 signing lead partners that would be able to kind of step in and take my place in that event.
Okay, yeah. That's it. No other questions. Thank you for a job well done.
Juliet, any questions or comments?
I have no questions or comments. Thank you.
I apologize. I missed that this is a motion. So may I entertain a motion to approve the audit report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025 as presented?
So moved.
Second.
We'll go with a roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glazer,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Montgomery. Agenda item 4E, resolution number 26-01 of the Board of Education of the Carmel Unified School District regarding the annual developer fee report and 5-year findings for fiscal year 2024-2025 in Fund 25, Capital Facilities Fund, with Chief Business Official Yvonne Perez. Oh, great.
There we go. So tonight I am presenting the district's annual developer fee report for the fiscal year ending for the fiscal year 24-25 as required by Government Code Section 66001 and 66006. And this report has been reviewed by our legal counsel and insurance to ensure full compliance with state law. Government Code 65995 states that school facilities, as any school-related construction relating to a school district's ability to accommodate enrollment. And so this is an important clarification here. To accommodate school enrollment, this is intentionally broad to give districts flexibility in addressing facility needs. California Department of Ed guidance, also specifically referenced in Government Code 65995, states that parking areas, bus loading areas, and access roads are normal requirements of most schools. So another regulation is Title V of the California Code of Regulations, and it basically says that you can use developer fees to take care of facility systems. It isn't related specifically to classroom and the law is silent on capacity. So Ed Code 17620 lists only 3 types of expenditures that are prohibited from using developer fees that are prohibited, and that is regular maintenance, asbestos work except when incidental to construction, and deferred maintenance. So California law designs developer fees to work on a forward-looking basis. They are collected as development occurs and must be available to address facility needs over time. So the Government Code 66001 requires districts to identify funding sources and project needs over a multi-year period. Our current report that's before you tonight projects needs through fiscal year 2034. So what does this mean? It means the facility is not simply about numbers of seats. It includes the condition of and functionality of existing facilities, the need to maintain existing levels of service as facilities age, and compliance with current building codes and educational standards. Technology infrastructure and modern learning requirements are also under that context. So many of our facilities require refurbishment and modernization to continue serving students effectively. So Resolution 26-01 explicitly addresses this by stating that the fees will be used to maintain existing levels of service due to increased demand on facilities. Our 2024 fee justification study prepared by SchoolWorks and adopted by the board in May 2025, which was Resolution 2509, documents that projected residential development in our district is planned, student generation rates from that development, and estimated cost to provide facilities for students that would be generated by those developments. So the study demonstrated that the cost to accommodate students from new development exceeds the revenue anticipated from developer fees. And so this satisfies the reasonable relationship requirement under state law. The State Allocation Board, on a biannual basis, twice a year, I mean every 2 years, sets the maximum level 1 residential developer fee and allows districts to prepare a new justification study to justify the use of that maximum amount. So the maximum amount allowed by the allocation board is $5.17 per square foot. In January 2024, Carmel Unified updated our report, and we are charging less than the maximum allowed, and many districts do charge the maximum. Our report justified the fee of $3.78 per square foot, which is 27% below the state maximum. This demonstrates our measured approach to how we're addressing developer fees. So developer fees work prospectively under California law. They allow districts to plan for and address future facility needs as development occurs. Our fee program is supported by an independent justification study and charges well below the state maximum. Government code states that local agencies shall make all of the following findings for school districts. The local agency in this case is the governing board. And similarly, Government Code 66006 requires that the annual report shall be reviewed by the legislative body of the local agency, and so again, that is the board. There are legislative findings that state laws assign to the board. This is not a discretionary choice by the district. It is what the statute requires, and it is an action of the board, not an individual action. So every school district in California that charged developer fees adopts its annual developer fee report through board resolution. This is the standard procedure and practice by school districts throughout the state. So the board is exercising its normal oversight and governance responsibility. You authorize the fee justification study through resolution. The board approved expenditures through the regular budget process and the regular project approval as projects come before you that Dan Paul brings to you each time a project is going to be awarded. This resolution makes the annual findings required by state law about those expenditures, and this is consistent with the board's role in overseeing restricted funds. The report benefits from multiple layers of professional review. First, the developer fee justification was prepared by SchoolWorks, an independent consultant that specializes specifically in these type of reports. The resolution and report were reviewed by the district's legal counsel for statutory compliance. It was posted publicly for 15 days, actually more than 15 days before board consideration. And so state law requires the board to adopt these findings. This is not unique to Carmel Unified. It is standard practice for all California school districts that charge a developer fee. The resolution before you tonight represents the board fulfilling its statutory responsibilities. So the district remains transparent in its developer fee program. Annual public reporting is required by law. The 5-year findings projecting future needs and funding. Separate accounting is required, and we have a Fund 25, which is Capital Facilities Fund, that is designated specifically for these type of collections. Detailed identification of all projects funded with developer fees, public availability of the fee justification studies, and required opportunities for public input. So in the report, it provided a summary of the breakdown of how the fees, the beginning balance of the fees that were collected, the interest earned, how the expenses were used, and an ending balance. And so the district's 5-year plan identifies future projects, including facility master plan updates, restroom refurbishment, kitchen improvements, portable classroom placement, and classroom modernization, all designed to maintain our ability to accommodate enrollment as new development occurs. Developer fees can legally be spent on facility systems and that support enrollment. So we remain committed to following all the requirements of state law and providing opportunities for feedback. So tonight, the recommendation is that the board adopt resolution 26-1, approving the district's 24-25 annual developer fee report and 5-year findings.
Thank you. There's no request for public comment, and seeing none, I will start the board discussion with Jake.
Point of order.
Yes.
Are we going to start with the motion?
Oh, yes, thank you. So I would entertain the motion.
I move to adopt resolution number 26-01 regarding accounting of annual developer fee report and 5-year findings for fiscal year 2024 to 2025 in Fund 25 capital facilities funds as presented.
Second.
Now we'll go to board discussion, starting with Jake. Thank you.
I don't know how you could be any more clear than that. I think I would advise and recommend to the Superintendent Ofek, that we refer back to the statements made here tonight, and I would imagine this got recorded, so all my questions got answered by your, I'm going to call it a preamble. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. I will echo Jake's statements here. I appreciate your description and detail of this agenda item. I think everything you said was incredibly important, and you made some salient points all the way throughout that description, especially how the fees will be used. I appreciated all the detail around that. Also, the fact that you reminded the community that the board did approve the study. So I think that was another important point to highlight. And then also the fact that Carmel Unified School District is 27% below the max. Right. So thank you also for pointing that out. And again, I really appreciate all of the detail that you just went through. Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree. Can you restate the statement about maintains existing levels of service as being the standard of the Mitigation Fee Act as required by state law?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, so specifically, let me find it just a second. You're testing me here.
Apologies.
That's okay. So basically, I think this is important. The California law designs developer fees to work on a forward-looking basis. They are collected as development occurs and must be available to address facility needs over time. And so the government code requires districts to identify funding sources and project needs over a multi-year period. And I did make a statement that that developer fees can legally be used for all facility systems, not just classrooms. And so that's an important point.
Thank you. Rita.
Yes, thank you for explaining everything thoroughly. I do have a question, though. In letter E, it states here specifically, district to accommodate student population growth resulting from development to cover cost attributed to increased demand for school facilities. So the funds that we get from the developer fees goes into Fund 25.
Right.
And I understand for future projects that this would go towards modernization of our facilities. Is that correct?
So the correct term is refurbishment and reconstruction. And it is explicitly allowed.
Okay. So this excludes any maintenance, deferred maintenance, and
That's
and
correct.
things like that, which we wouldn't be using these funds for.
Correct.
Where does, I guess, through the architecture fees for the portables, there's certain items here that I see that look like fall within the parameters of the law. But where does it say, I guess, the student parking lot specifically is eligible school facility? Do you have that language anywhere?
So it's important to note that there's only three types of expenditures that developer fees cannot be used for. And so that what I said earlier was that the type of expenditures that are prohibited are regular maintenance, asbestos work except when incidental to construction, and deferred maintenance. And so parking construction is not included in this list of prohibited uses.
Okay.
And a parking lot is an essential system to enrollment, isn't it?
Yes.
And so, especially at the high school level, where students drive themselves to work, developer fees can be used to accommodate enrollment, and that includes parking services. So student drivers, it accommodates student drivers, it accommodates parents for drop-off and pickup, and school events that it supports. Parking lots support all of those types of activities that support enrollment and those activities around enrollment.
Okay. Now, the enrollment at the high school has been declining.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that fit in with, I guess, this formula that we're kind of working with?
Mm-hmm. And so it once again, it isn't about declining enrollment. It's about...
So it's not about increased enrollment or declining enrollment?
No. Right. It's about supporting enrollment and students that will be generated by future growth. And so in our developer fees justification study that was approved last May, I believe, we were able to show that there are developments planned in our district, and those developments were specifically identified, showing that those developments would generate growth. And so that's what you have to focus on.
Okay. And I saw the projects that are planned. So I think it was was it 2023 to 2031 or the time
Something
frame?
like that, right.
So is there an expiration of that time frame at all? Or
no,
of
because
that-
this is a report that is refined each year, that we present this report as things become more clear. Those findings that are in the 5-year report may change, may be refined, may be more and costed out as well.
Okay.
And so developer fees will be used for large projects in the district. And we know that through, the facility master plan that was approved in 2019, the needs in the district are tremendous from a facility standpoint.
Yeah.
And so we identified some of those projects. We're still identifying, part of the facility master plan update is to target in on the cost now on some of those projects.
Now, I'm comfortable with the master facility plans and those projects and the developer fees going to that. I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around the declining enrollment at the high school, and it looks like a lot of the funds went to a parking lot. So it's
Right.
just...
So once again, be really careful about time. I did say growth just a second ago. It really is about future enrollment. Future enrollment. And those developments that are planned in our communities will generate future enrollment. And so that's the key.
Okay. And if those projects are canceled for some reason, which I don't anticipate they won't, would there be any effects on, I guess, this funding and how we're spending it?
Right. Those projects are identified through a consultation with county plans and city plans. And so sometimes projects do get canceled, but the developer fee study report is valid until we do a new one. And we do not have to do a new one every 2 years. We have the option to do a new one.
Okay. Okay. I think that's it.
Okay.
Juliet?
I have no questions. Thank you for your description.
Thank you.
Jason?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Do you have something else? Any other questions or comments?
I just have another comment for you, Yvonne. You made a statement when you read the description of this agenda item that this resolution is not an anomaly to Carmel Unified School District, right?
Correct.
Like districts statewide
Yeah.
are doing this, and they're using developer fees, and this is how school districts do business, basically, right? And have the means and the ways to pay for these projected projects. For the benefit of the community and those who have some misunderstanding around this, can you please read that statement again about how school districts statewide use these funds? It was towards the end, and I'm sorry to make you dig that up.
Okay. Right, so the district's 5-year, I think what you're referring to is that the district 5-year plan identifies future projects, including facility master plan updates, restrooms, restroom refurbishment, kitchen improvements, portable classroom replacement, and classroom modernization and reconstruction, and all designed to maintain our ability to accommodate enrollment as new development occurs. So developer fees can be legally spent on facility systems that support enrollment.
Great. Thank you very much.
Any other questions and comments? We have a motion and a second on the table, and I'd like to call for the vote.
Board President Matt Glazer,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Jaco Dello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
At this time, I'm going to vote no. In the future, I feel like I would be more comfortable to vote yes. I need to do more research on, I guess, what they could be applied to. I'm just having a hard time with that $325,000. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. It's all right. Did I skip a page? Oh, yes, thank you. So we're now to agenda item 4F, resolution number 26-02, workers' compensation coverage for volunteer personnel with Chief Business Official Yvonne Perez.
Yes, tonight this resolution allows the district to designate authorized volunteers as employees solely for the purpose of workers' compensation coverage as permitted under state law. As you know, volunteers play an important role in supporting district programs and activities, and this action ensures they are appropriately protected while performing authorized services. The resolution reflects standard public sector risk management practices and is consistent with guidance from the district's insurance providers. Providing workers' compensation coverage allows injuries, should they occur, to be addressed through a well-defined statutory program. The action supports the district's continued use of volunteers in a safe, responsible, and well-managed manner. And so with that, I'm recommending approval of resolution number 2602.
No request for public comment. Hearing none, can I call for the motion to approve resolution 2602, workers' compensation coverage for volunteer personnel as presented?
So moved.
Starting board discussion with Sarah. Oh, did someone second it?
Second.
Oh, sorry. Jumped the gun.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Rita?
No questions.
Juliet?
No questions, thank you.
Jason?
No questions or comments, thank you.
Jake?
None at this time, thank you.
I have no questions. A call for the vote?
Board President Matt Glazer,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Jaco Dello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 4G. Is that right? Yes. Adopt the 2025-2026 district initial proposal regarding collective bargaining agreement negotiations with California School Employees Association, CSEA, Local 190, with Chief Human Resources Officer Craig Chavez.
Good evening. So the board is asked to approve the initial Sunshine proposal. This is the district's proposal to CSEA, and that is following the requirement through Government Code Section 3547 as submitted, and that is including two items, Article 6, salaries and wages, and Article 7, classified professional growth. In regards to Article 6, the district proposes to negotiate compensation and alignment with other employee groups in the district. And with regards to classified employees' professional growth, the district proposes to update professional growth language to align the value of units earned.
No requests for public comment, and hearing none, may I move to receive a motion to adopt the 2025-2026 district initial proposal regarding collective bargaining agreement negotiations with CSCA Local 190 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Starting board discussion with Rita.
Very good with the negotiations. Thank you. No questions.
Juliet,
I have no questions, thank you.
Jason,
I have no questions or comments, thank you.
Jake,
I have no questions at this time.
Sarah.
All good.
I have no questions. Can I entertain a motion?
You've
I
received.
go to the vote. Sorry.
Board President Mac Leaser.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
Agenda item 4H, Facilities Master Plan Update with Chief Operations Officer Dan Paul.
Can you bring up the community forum? Okay, I'll give you a brief overview of the community forum we held on January 6th, and then again on January 8th, we were at Captain Cooper. We made a presentation to the community about the history of the district and included some conversation about who was in the room, identified parent groups and community members, staff members, and discussed the reason why we're there to give input, and gave a little bit of facility history, and then at the end gathered input from the community. The strategic plan involves two focus areas for the facility master plan. Focus area 4.1 is the development of the plan, and 4.2 is the funding of the plan. So the plan incorporated, well, actually, this is Sharon's quote, if she wants to jump in.
Well, I just have a quote in here when we presented to the community. The way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing. So part of the reason for including that is this is a facilities master plan update. It is not a comprehensive creation of a brand new plan or a plan that has never existed in our district. This is a review of where we were when COVID hit and picking up where we left off, trying to update the plan and see, you'll hear later as Dan continues to talk, like, are the priorities that were identified back then still appropriate today, or are there new priorities, et cetera. So this quote just seemed to make sense and certainly got some heads nodding from the attendees.
Okay, the original facility master plan started in summer of 2017. We had a very large committee. If you want to look at the original facility master plan, it's on our website. It has a couple pages listing all of the committee members. A few of the board members that are sitting here were on the committee. We finished the master plan and presented it to the board in June of 2019. The master plan's not really a design document. It's more of a 30,000-foot view of the type of facilities we need, not the actual, we're going to put a door here, the restroom's going to go here. It's more of a vision of the needs of the district. The master plan process looks at a lot of things, the facility condition, the ed specs that'll drive what we put in those rooms, financial analysis, and demographics, the planned projected enrollment, all comes together to make the final document. Why update? Some of the projects have been completed. There have been new educational programs. Transitional kindergarten didn't exist when we did the original facility master plan. It also helps us prioritize our projects, and in order to qualify for state funding, matching funding, we have to have a master plan adopted within the last 5 years. Considerations, safety and security were one of the items that were identified in the last facility master plan and continue to be a high priority when I'm getting feedback from staff. Student support spaces are also high priority. We got some feedback on that from the community. Functionality, a lot of our facilities are old. They were built in the 50s, 60s, some are even in the 30s. Sustainability, again, those buildings built in the 30s aren't going to be as efficient as something built now. And the cost of construction costs have increased tremendously in my time in the district. What we were building 20 years ago at $500 or $250 a square foot is $1,000 a square foot now. So we have to be very strategic with how we're spending our money and what we're getting for it. And the sources of revenue is the other thing we will look at. Facility history. So this is a history of the projects since the 2005 bond. The 2000 bond was primarily modernization. So we looked at every school site, and every school site got modernization. These are the projects that were completed after the 2005 bond. And you'll notice there's an asterisk there that identifies projects that were not paid for out of that bond. We had a variety of sources paying for other projects. There were developer fees, there were facility deferred maintenance, and we had community donations, and we were able to capture state funding as well. The theater's a good example of that. We had bond money, we had community donations, and we captured $1 million in state funding for the CTE program. One of the things when I look at these projects, there were a lot of projects. People think, well, it's $20 million. How did you do that? It wasn't all bond money. And if you remember that time frame, there was the economic downturn around 2010. And that was when we were bidding a lot of projects. We were pushing them out as quickly as we could. Like the theater, we bid in 2009. And had we not hit that ideal sweet spot, the theater probably would have been a $12 to $15 million theater instead of an $8 million theater. So we were very fortunate to get a lot of these projects done. The next few slides go over the age of the district and when they were modernized. You notice most of the modernizations occurred from 2001 to 2003, but most of the buildings built in the district were in the 50s and 60s. The exceptions are some portables. Building E at Carmelo is a portable built in 99, but again, that's almost 27 years old now. That's old for a portable. Captain Cooper, most of it is 25, 26 years old. The portable there, Building B, 1995, it's due for replacement. In the original construction, 1962. River School, again, 50s and some 60s. The 61 in the admin building was an addition. It was a very small admin building to start. We were fortunate to add quite a few things here through the modernization or the 2005 bond. They got a couple of classroom wings and a multi-purpose room, which they really needed. Tularcitos, here's the anomaly. A classroom wing built at an elementary school in 49. So outside of the high school, that's the oldest building in the district. Quite a few portables on that campus as well. And most of those portables came in the mid-90s when the state was funding class size reduction and we're just throwing money at school districts to put additional classrooms on site to reduce class sizes. So they're all getting towards the end of their lifespan. Middle school, 60s, with the exception of the work at the Habitat where we added the green building and a portable, but the rooms have been modernized. And the interesting thing about this site, I think I've mentioned it before, is they built this site with smaller classrooms than is standard. DSA standard for a classroom is 960 square feet. Middle school classrooms are 785 square feet, and then you put the teaching wall, storage wall in there, and you're taking up another 70, 80 square feet. They're very small. When you think of 25 students in a standard classroom at the high school versus here, it's a tight fit. Carmel High School, here's where we get to the older buildings. There's a number of buildings built in 1940. The DSA stamp on them is 1939. Buildings like the admin building, the classroom 6 through 8, the cafeteria, the gym is an older building. So most of these are single wall construction. They have the huge south glazing. There's no insulation in the walls. Even room 6 through 8, we could open up a wall and find the original fireplace, which is how they heated that wing. So that kind of gives you an idea of the age of the school. We do have some newer buildings up there and have done quite a bit of construction in the last 10 years. Carmel Valley High School, all portables. A few of them are older and getting due for replacement. And Kashawa, we put the building out there in 2001. So again, that one's 25 years old, needs modernization. The district office has not been modernized. It's got some carpet, some paint, but not really any better shape than any other site. And we did add this building in the last year, which makes it a nice place to have a board meeting instead of the middle school library. So after we went through all of that with the community and answered any questions, we asked them, I went through this. This was the original prioritization in the facility master plan. And there's some terminology you'll see in there that's not common. Learning pavilions are spaces that support learning, but the learning doesn't occur there, like your admin and staff support, your library, student support services. You'll see other ones that are called learning studios. That's actually a classroom. And there's different types of learning studios and configurations for learning studios. The standard size for a TK or kindergarten classroom is larger than a regular classroom, and there will be different standards for science rooms. But these were their priorities in 2019 for Carmelo. Captain Cooper, new construction, they would really like to have a multi-purpose room with food service and to replace their aging portables. Carmel River School, new construction learning studios, gathering areas. The outside spaces, exterior spaces, again, we got feedback from the community that that's important to them. Tularcitos, new construction, they again have a number of portables. The admin and staff support area, this one is kind of a combo with safety and security. The admin's not at the front of campus. You can actually walk onto campus without being seen by the admin. And again, that goes to number 14, safety and security. When we got the feedback from the community on the 6th, one of the things, or two of the things they identified was the aging septic systems on the site and the condition of the playgrounds. They have a large expanse of asphalt playground that really needs to be replaced. But before you do that, you want to do your septic systems and any infrastructure you'll need for future construction. Carmel Middle School, again, aging classrooms, the size of classrooms was a high priority. Campus security, the drop-off and entry. Carmel High School, eating areas, the multi-purpose room, a student union. There are so many needs at the high school that when we met with the community, there was no clear consensus. It was just everything needs to be done. It was a lot of needs. So we gave these directions to the community. They had input cards. They could give us additional feedback beyond what was on our list of projects. And the high priorities were safety and security. Tularcitos was the playground and the septic systems. CCDC and Carmel Valley High identified the septic systems and shade. And one of the things that was district-wide was heating and air conditioning. We've had a lot of warm weather, unusual for this time of year, and we got a lot of feedback on that. Captain Cooper, multi-purpose room, shade at the amphitheater, pavilion upgrades, River School, playground, small instruction spaces, safety and security. And then the high school, again, no clear identified priority, just everything. So that was the presentation. And we got a lot of feedback. We're continuing to get feedback from staff members and community, and I'm happy to answer any questions about any of the.
Before we do that, can we have the next, well, go ahead.
Okay.
We have another part to this presentation.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah. Can we just jump up and then we can field all the questions? So can you put up the next, the corrected version? That would be great. And Yvonne will speak to the funding options. We did not discuss funding options at the community forum. We just wanted input. But we're here tonight with the board, and given that we have 5 weeks between now and our next board meeting, we felt it was really important to provide you with the thought process around, or the beginnings of thinking around what are our options for funding this facilities master plan that I'll point out the district's invested in significantly, hundreds of thousands of dollars to create that master plan. So that's a cost as well that doesn't really often get talked about. But anyway, how we fund that seems inexpensive compared to all the projects we have to find funding for. So Yvonne's going to share the top ones with us.
Right. So it's not all inclusive here, but these really are the top ones. And so I'll just talk about these really quick. So our facility master plan can be funded through several different types of sources. We can use internal resources, which we have. When Dan Paul was talking about the, that list over the many years that we've constructed and reconstructed facilities, there's been, general fund dollars that were used for that to the tune of about $20 million over time, since about 2005, for the improvements that we've made to facilities. So that's an option, but it's becoming less of an option than it was in the past, as you've heard me talk about that. So capital reserves and obviously developer fees can also be used. External support, such as private and public foundation grants, facility hardship assistance for districts with severe needs. It's likely we would not qualify for those hardship grants, and governmental agency programs. So, for example, sometimes sometimes there's like CTE grants that are issued to pay for facilities for those programs. Sometimes there was one point in time where TK, the governor was releasing funds for TK, and so those are type of governmental agency programs that can also fund facilities. State partnerships, the state facilities program is very important for us because we need to update our study that was done a few years ago, but the state facilities program match will provide 50-50 for new construction and 60-40 match for modernization projects. And so there's a lot of regulatory things that have to happen to access that. And the funds are not always readily available. Typically, what's happening is the Office of Public School Construction, when we want to certify a project, you will have to pass a resolution that says you realize you're passing this resolution acknowledging that there's no state funds, because there's so many projects that are vying for those funds, but eventually it gets you on the list and eventually you get the money. And so you can kind of plan out how long that's going to take, and you can plan forward with those kind of with that kind of planning. But the biggest thing that school districts use to fund a facility master plan is through general obligation bonds. And so this requires voter approval. It's funded through property tax. It's restricted to facility construction and reconstruction. And it cannot be used for district operations. So we can't use it to pay for salaries or benefits or anything that's related to district operations. So it's very restricted, and there's a lot that goes into that. And since the general obligation bonds represent the most complex funding mechanism and are often the primary vehicle for large scale facility projects, we've invited East Shore Consulting, who has been our financial advisory firm for many, many years in the district, and he will plan to provide a detailed presentation on this option in a future meeting. That's all I have.
That's both parts of our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any requests for public comment? Okay, seeing and hearing no requests for public comment, we'll start the board discussion. I'll start this time. Inspired by one of the questions that was asked earlier, is there an opportunity in a facilities master plan to have a that fire life safety overlay, looking at the whole campus of the high school or the whole campus of the high school and the middle school, or all, seeing that safety is the number one consideration, or does something like that exist that can help inform us in our decision making related to the facilities master planning, kind of moving this project forward?
Yeah, the fire and life safety is really project specific, not an overlay unless you're building an entire new campus. The only other thing that occurs is that, let me back up. Fire and life safety is signed off by our local fire marshal. They work with the architect, they look at the access points, and what we're probably talking about is the fire lane. And they will look at the plans, say, yes, this is good, sign off, and that goes with the plans to the state for approval. The other thing the local fire marshal does is they do a yearly inspection of our campus and notify us of any deficiencies. They have inspected the high school and all of our campus multiple times, and we've passed. As far as a campus-wide, that's not something unless you're building an entire new campus.
Okay, that's really clarifying that there. So as we look at the facilities master plan and we look at the funding avenues for how we go about this, we will look at that safety consideration for each individual project as it comes up, and it becomes a part of that inspection process. And the annual inspection threads that needle to ensure that the portions of those projects that happen are signed off by that architect with the fire marshal, and then the routine inspection ensures compliance and threads the needle of the whole campus. But the whole campus would only happen if we were rebuilding an entire campus.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. I don't have any other questions. I guess I have a question for you, Yvonne. Given that you've presented the master plan funding options, can you thread the needle between Prop 2 funds and a general obligation bond, and how what the when district provides local match means?
Right. So you heard me talk about the state facilities program, and that's been around for a long time. And so what Prop 2 did is it modified that existing state facilities program. And so Prop 2 is it's part of that program with some new regulations and requirements that we have to comply with. And so there's only so many state dollars that are available. The state sells bonds for facility construction for schools and colleges, and so those bond we can access match for those programs. And so Prop 2 just further defined how that's going to work and revised it to some extent. All of the regulations that are attributable to Prop 2 are still being defined, and so our facility master plan will continue as that develops to make sure that we're in compliance. It will be updated for that.
And I didn't hear you say it tonight, or maybe it was said, but we must update the facilities master plan to even be considered for Prop 2 funding as one of the elements.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's on some 5-year timeline or something like that.
Right, that's correct.
Okay. Great. I have no further questions. Thank you so much. I do look forward to further information from whomever related to the general obligation bond and the Prop 2 funding. So thank you so much. Then we'll go to Rita.
I have a similar question about Prop 2. I guess my other just general question is, has some of these items in the facility master plan been budgeted out? How much are we looking at? Either total or site by site, or?
We have the original list that was developed in 2019. We've taken some projects off that and added some based on input from the community and staff. Our architect is working with estimator right now, and we're hoping to have some numbers next month.
Okay. That's it.
Juliet, any questions about the facilities master plan update?
No, I'd just like to highlight how I really like how you're involving the community and everything, and how you went to the high school, I know especially, and talked to them, talked to students about that. So I think that was great. So thank you very much.
Jason?
I have no questions or comments. Thank you.
Jake?
So, thank you. The one thing I do want to highlight is, as I've been going to, what I think is really important is I've been going to doing site visits when I can, and we've been asking questions about facility updates and all of the needs in here are really aligning really well with the site principals, the teachers, and students that I talk to. And so I think that's really important to highlight how well this has been strung together across a huge area, right? The district is a huge geographic area, and so to be able to get all that input and bring it together, I think is really good. So, but I just want to clarify something, and probably for Yvonne, is that the master plan options for funding, it's not one or the other. We could use a myriad of these things. It could be Prop 2 funding, it could be a general obligation bond, it could be something else. You could use a collection of these things. And I would think that in order to best, in order to put the district in the most strategic, advantageous position, would be to be prepared and be ready for all of these options. Is that correct?
Right, that is correct, and it is what the district has done in the past. There's been just really good fiscal oversight over these projects in the past, and the district did engage in multiple types of funding to fund the projects at that time.
Right.
And so you're absolutely right about that.
And then my other question, and I think I don't know if President Glacier asked this or was asked this, and I missed it, but. Will the options for funding, whether it be Prop 2 or a general obligation bond, those are coming back to the board as agenda items at future?
Yes, it will in the future, absolutely. It will all get tied up.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so you're very clear. And I'll just make one more point, that you cannot access Prop 2 money without match. And so you have to be able to provide funding towards a project in order to access Prop 2. But it's a great way to supplement what we do.
Mm-hmm. So from what I can tell and from what I see, right, we are exercising all of our options as best we can to really put the district in the best foot forward to meet the needs and to meet the needs and wants of our community, the community in terms of the high school, in terms of safety and security. I know even at Tularcitos, the physical security with exterior buildings that have access to the road and the the Lake Tular that happens every so often when it rains heavily. I mean, these are all the things that we have to work on as a board to really put ourselves in this most strategic position to really be able to accommodate a lot of these. And then I think it's also important to acknowledge all of the teachers that are doing a really good job utilizing the space, the teachers and the staff that are here. I mean, I keep picking on Tular. I was just at Tular, which is why it's top of mind, but you have teachers like Dee Mashmeyer that are using the outdoor spaces and the inside spaces. You have people that are doing a really good job utilizing the spaces we have that are existing, old or not, modernized or not. And so I think we should take the time to acknowledge some of these folks who are really doing a really good job utilizing what we have now. So thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Sarah?
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Yvonne. Yvonne, you said something that sort of triggered my memory, and the fact that you mentioned that the Carmel Unified School District, we really do exhibit strong fiscal oversight. And I think, it's a testament that we haven't done a bond in so many years, right? And it's my understanding that most school districts do a bond every 3 to 5 years to keep up with whatever it is, evolving technologies or maintenance, whatever it is. Right. So I think that it's very interesting that we haven't done a bond in so long. And to all of Dan's points on these slides, it's the feedback that we're getting from the community, I think, is really great. Thank all the district staff who led the community meeting on January 6th. It was really well attended, and I thought it was a wonderful venue to get everybody together to provide that feedback. So thank you for all the work that went into putting that together. And I look forward to our future discussion about this.
Thank you.
Any further comment? Thank you very much. This was an information-only item. No action must be taken at this time. Moving on to agenda item 5, information items. Information items are presented to the governing board as items for information purposes only. These items do not require board discussion or actions. Item 5A is the quarterly report on non-Williams uniform complaints. Item 5B is Monterey County Treasurer's report. Items 5C is calendar of board items. These are all available in the board packet and posted online. Is there any request for public comment related to the information items? No board comment? Okay, moving on to item 6, public comment on non-agendized items. Members of the public may address the board regarding items or topics within the board's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda at this time. We have some requests for public comment, starting with number 1, Kayla, read class sizes.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. This is my first time attending a school board meeting, and I'm here respectfully to share my concerns in support of our principal, Mr. Peterson, and to advocate for our first grade students at Tularcitos. I am just one voice of many of the first grade class. My primary concern is that our first grade class sizes are reaching maximum capacity. As a parent and a member of the Tularcitos community, I believe these large class sizes directly impact both the quality of learning and the overall safety of our students. When classrooms are overcrowded, it becomes more difficult for children to receive the individual attention that they need, and for teachers to effectively manage and support all students academically, socially, and emotionally. I strongly believe that adding a 4th second grade class for the upcoming school year would provide our children with a better learning environment. Smaller class sizes allow teachers greater access to each student, create a calmer and more focused classroom, and help ensure that students feel safe, seen, and supported throughout the school day. This also gives teachers the ability to respond more quickly to students' needs and maintain a safer classroom setting overall. Our teachers work incredibly hard, and providing them with reasonable class sizes gives them the best opportunity to teach effectively and foster a positive, secure learning environment. Most importantly, it allows our children to thrive during such a critical year in their education. Thank you for your time and consideration for what we believe is an important step towards supporting the students, staff, and families of Tularcitos.
Thank you for your comment. Tular parent number 2, read class sizes. Sorry, missed your name possibly.
Yes. I'm Mara Lester. I'm a proud Bobcat parent at Tularcitos. I am a longtime resident of Carmel, lifetime. I attended Carmel schools. I am piggybacking on what Kayla has said. I have a child who graduated at CHS in 2022. Very happy about all of that. And I have an 8-year-old in 3rd grade and a 6-year-old in 1st grade. And we were lucky enough to experience smaller class sizes in kindergarten for my 3rd grader. One of the things I love about Carmel Unified School District is the ability to reach all students, and we have such a diverse amount of students that we reach. And when there was an issue in my kindergarten class and then also in my 1st grade class with a student who was having some emotional dysregulation and so on and so forth, they ended up with about 3 people there at a time to help the student. And what I found was that when you have a smaller class size, it was easier to kind of help that student, keep that student calm. And then in 2nd grade, when there were 2 students that were equally needed some extra help, it was easier to I always came into a calm classroom, despite the fact there may have been an outburst that day or 2 or 3. The teacher was still in control and calm. And so this year, we've seen our class sizes rise considerably. Both of my students have 24 students in their classroom, and they get about 1 per new student. It seems like almost every month. We just got 1 this last month in both classrooms. So I, similarly to Kayla, feel that it would be really great to have smaller class sizes, because what I see now is when there's a disturbance, the whole class situation seems to be, taking over the situation, and my students are getting less one-on-one time. When I talk to my teacher, she doesn't seem to know what happened during that day or just various things. And I don't see it as her problem necessarily. She just has so many kids. And I can see going forward that it would be really fantastic to support these teachers going forward with smaller class sizes. So I hope that's something that we can do. And I just wanted to also say that our staff and faculty is absolutely top-notch at Tularcitos, and I have nothing but positive things to say about them.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any other requests for public comment? Okay, hearing none. Next we have agenda item 7, informal report. Do you have an informal report this evening?
I do not have an informal report this evening.
Agenda item 8, board committee reports. Next, these are routine committee updates from COSD Board of Education, board representatives for Community Human Services, Mission Trails Regional Occupation Executive Board, and the Monterey County School Board Association Executive Council Legislative Representative Liaison. We will start with the Mission Trails Regional Occupation Executive Board Representative Jake Odello.
We have not met since the close of 2025, so I will report possibly at the next meeting.
And we'll go to Rita, who is both the board representative for Community Human Services and the Monterey County School Board Association Executive Council Legislative Representative Liaison.
The CHS, we had a meeting last Thursday, and we're very close to appointing new CEO for CHS. We have a special board meeting next Friday at 11 a.m. that I'll be attending, and we're hoping to appoint the new CEO at that meeting. So that's the update for CHS. And then the county school board, I have a meeting on February 2nd. It's going to be a Zoom meeting, which is nice. And then I think Michelle sent out 3 training opportunities for our board members. One on the 26th of January for effective communication, February 23rd, the mystery of school finance budgets, and then March 16th, Brown Act and Run effective school board meeting. So if anyone's interested, we could just connect with Michelle. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 9, closed session. Before adjourning to closed session, the board will identify the closed session items and provide an opportunity for public comment on the items. Item 9A, appeal of complaint under AR 4030 Government Code 54957, subdivision B1. Conference, item B, conference with legal counsel. Existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, subdivision D1, Monterey County Superior Court case number 23 CV 003167, Davi Christine versus Carmel Unified School District. Item C, conference with legal counsel. Existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, subdivision D1, Monterey County Superior Court case number 25 CV 002576, Jane Doe versus Carmel Unified School District et al. Item D, conference with legal counsel. Anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2, 2 cases. Item E, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, agency designated representative Craig Chavez, employee organizations, CSEA, ACT, and non-represented groups. Is there any request for public comment? Hearing none, the board will now adjourn into closed session at 8:37 p.m. Ooh, that's tough for me.
You write it and I'll.
The board reconvenes from closed session into open session at 10:30 p.m. Coming out of closed session, the board reports the following. For item 9A, the board heard an appeal of a complaint under AR 4030. For item 9B, the board met with legal counsel and provided direction regarding the case on the agenda. For item 9C, the board met with legal counsel and provided direction regarding the case on the agenda. For item 9D, the board voted unanimously to reject 2 claims against the district. For item 9E, the board received an update from district staff. I adjourn this meeting at 10:31.